Hello. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? I hope y'all are good. We are back in Final Fantasy XIV. And we will be starting the next expansion for Stormblood soon. But there's a little thing I want to do first. And it's not necessary in the slightest, but I'm just doing the job quest for the job that I went through Stormblood in. Because in Final Fantasy XIV, every expansion has like a certain like level cap. Like A Realm Reborn was 1 to 50, Heaven's Word was 50 to 60, and Stormblood was 60 to 70. But when I got to Stormblood the first time I was playing it, all my classes were already level 70. And growing, because the level cap was higher than that by the time I got the Stormblood. It was like at 90, but anyway, hi, my brain's breaking. I woke up like an hour ago. But basically, because of that, when I got the Stormblood, I figured, hey, why not grab a new class to go through Stormblood in? So that, like, you know, my classes that are already at level cap, or not level cap, but, you know, at Stormblood's level cap, don't have to worry about it. And so, I had picked up Gunbreaker. Because even though Gunbreaker was not released for Stormblood, Gunbreaker was released in Shadowbringers, which is the expansion after Stormblood. Because of that, when you pick up Gunbreaker, it starts at level 60. Which makes it really good for doing the prior expansion. Because you don't have to level grind for it to be ready. It's just good to go. The makings of a Gunbreaker. An anxious member of God's Quiver is haranguing passersby, presumably for some worthy cause. Oh, hey, miss, fancy making yourself useful? Can I make this bigger? Sure, why not? Listen close, the gang of highwaymen have been applying their trade route here the last few days, and we're trying to flush them out. They're slippery buggers, though, so we'll need all the help we can get. That's where you come in. We spotted them lurking in the bramble patch. We're getting ready to spring our trap. Oh, okay, cool. I'm very good at this. I'm very good at this. Anyway, all we have to do is, like, go show up. Which is, yeah, okay, that's over the East Shroud. Shouldn't I be able to just use the Aetheryte? Oh, no, that you don't let me just go there. Oh, well, that's fine. I mean, I know there's a boat I can take, but eh. Oh yeah, and new expansion, new outfit for the Chocobo. This is I didn't know what to put my Chocobo in because I don't really have a themed outfit for this expansion, so here we are. Anyway, let's look for these bandits or the trap, either or. Well, that looks like a bandit. And of course, try to show off how the job looks. Out of my way or I'll gut ya! Alright, Are you absolutely certain you want to do this, sir? Are you absolutely certain you want to do that? Actually, hang on, before I help him up. Phew, that was a close one. Yeah, my thanks, stranger. And mine. If you hadn't shown up, things would have gone very badly for us. It's my fault. I'd be more careful next time. Truth be told, I thought we'd have an easier time with this side of the wall. How wrong I was. I think we would be caught unawares by a gang of common thieves. What's going on? We heard a commotion and... That's one of them, just like the witnesses described. It's strange that they go after a pair like you. All their marks so far have been merchants and whatnot. You know, folk carrying coin and valuables who won't put up much of a fight. I reckon that if any of their cronies were out there watching, they'll think twice before crossing you lot again. Still, might be an idea for you to see these travelers to Gridania. Me and others will keep looking for the rest of the highwaymen. Those bandits. Something about this doesn't sit right with me. We barely have a fistful of gil between us, and we have a couple of foams of edged steel strapped to my back. Not the most likely of targets. Perhaps that's why they went in straight for the kill. They might have succeeded if you hadn't stepped in. We are in your debt. I'm Radovan, and this is Sophie. We traveled here from Ilsabad, far to the north, where I once served as a soldier of Golenhold. I had no choice. My family was taken hostage. While it is true that I have fought and killed for the Empire, I would never have done so willingly. Although I have freed myself from their shackles, the life I'd known is no more. But that was another life, one I would sooner put behind me. I came to Eorzea in the hope that I might start anew here. As for me, I also escaped from the Guardians. I was part of a resistance movement until we were all rounded up or killed, that is. The Empire took everything from me. My family, my homeland. With nowhere else to go, the two of us decided that we'd stand a better chance of surviving if we stuck together. And here we are. The same way now you scarce believed I once served as a personal guard to my queen, but in the end I couldn't protect her. Couldn't protect anyone, not even my wife and son. While I would have gladly given my life for theirs, it was not to be. Even so, there may be a use for the skills I spent honing, those whom I may yet deliver from harm. That's why I suggested looking for employment as bodyguards in Eorzea, and Gridania seems a good place to start. I know you've helped us enough already, but I have a proposal. Would you consider working with us? Why are you surprised, Verlona? Now, hold on, Radovan. That's a rather lot to ask, don't you think? But Verlona has what it takes to be a gunbreaker. It says my gunblade has got your eye. You may have seen Garleans wielding something similar, but this is a genuine article. The ones used by the Empire are simply etched weapons with a firearm bolted on, or vice versa. While they have their uses, they pale in comparison to those that my clan forged for generations. Our gunblades use etherically imbued cartridges. When you pull the trigger, the powdered crystal within ignites, releasing the ether. This sends a powerful shockwave through the blade, increasing its destructive capabilities. The cartridges can even be fired until the end that creates defensive barriers. Perhaps you should have saved the lectures until you've heard from Lona's answer? Oh, yes, first things first. So, are you interested? In exchange for assisting us, I will teach you the art of the gunbreaker. And I was wondering if you might be able to act as a guide? If you'd accept the gunblade training as a form of payment, we'd be most grateful. Once the coin starts rolling in, you'll receive a fair share. You need not answer right away, but please give it some thought. As if Frelona would say no to learning a new art, especially one that, as you can probably guess if you remember how the Heavensward patches ended, we're going to be going up against the Garleans a lot for Stormblood, would let her understand more of, like, the Garlean fighting style, or at least, you know, weaponry. The original form that the Garleans, like, stole. How do you reach a decision? Hang on. When Radovan's at his best, he's unbeatable. The trouble is, he's not always at his best, as you saw. I think we both feel a lot safer with someone like you alongside us. Well, Frelona does make a pretty good guide. She knows Eorzea pretty well. Anyway, hell yeah, I want to be a gunbreaker. From this day forth, our fates are intertwined. While the path that lies ahead is not an easy one, the spirits of my predecessors will watch over you. And then you get Gunbreaker. Which means we have to actually be a Gunbreaker. And this is going to be what, we look like for Stormblood. Okay, no, he does have a different gunblade. For a second, I was like, did I pick the same gunblade as him? But no, I did not. Perhaps some of your acquaintances in Gridania would have worked for us? Hired gunblades. Radovan is keen to put your newly acquired skills into practice. Now that the Gunbreakers of Veld have yielded a portion of their wisdom, you're ready to take the blade in hand. Rather than spend moons and moons training you, perhaps we had best find employment first. We can use the time between assignments to refine your abilities, but where should we start? The Adventurers Guild. Yes, that sounds quite promising. I suppose we are adventurers after all. Tell me, Frelona, are you familiar with this sort of thing? She's been doing this for, like, almost a decade at this point? Maybe a decade? Time is weird. Oh my, in that case we couldn't have found a better guide. Well, there's no time like the present, shall we? And back to Gridania. And to the canopy. You know, an adventurer sounds a lot more romantic than hired muscle, even though that's essentially what it is. Yeah, kinda. Now that Mother Miona has made us former members of the Adventurers Guild, we can start accepting assignments. In fact, we've already been given details of a potential client in need of a bodyguard or two. A man named Lawson Shaw is running in by the Wailing Barracks. Sophie and I will make our own way there to get our bearings. Where? Yeah, okay, that is the Lancers Guild, that's what I thought. Therefore, away we go. Or, you know, it's close enough to the Lancers Guild. Where am I going? I feel strangely at home here. It's not at all like the cities in the Empire. But I thought it best to wait for you before we introduce ourselves. Well, I mean, the Viera ancestral home, or at least one of the two, is supposed to be like in the jungle. And Gridania is very much in a forest. Ah, you must be the one sent by the Adventurer Guild, yes? Oh, thank goodness. Something dreadful has befallen, well, threatens to befall the one and only Editha. Who? You mean to say you're unfamiliar with the most gifted, harpsichordist who ever lived? Whatever possessed me to hire such uncultured It appears that my breath would be better spent briefing you on the nature of my request. A few days ago, Editha received a most unwelcome missive, a death threat to be precise. At first, I deemed it nothing more than the crazed scrawlings of some harmless curl. That was until, during recital, a stone was thrown at her, missing by a hair's breadth. I have, in my capacity as her manager, canceled all public appearances until the perpetrator can be brought to justice. I feared, though, that my delicate tulip would wither and fail if I were to confine her to a dressing room. And she herself has expressed a desire to stroll freely beneath the canopies of Meketo's amphitheater. I see where this is going. You want us to take her for a walk, is that it? That's all we have to do. We should count ourselves lucky. A threatening letter, a brazen attack in public space. Who knows what will happen next? But she can't stay indoors forever. I say we accept. Splendid. Without further ado, I shall have Editha prepare for her promenade. We best proceed carefully. If the culprit knows that Lawson Cho asked the adventurers good for help, they could probably deduce that Editha will be coming out of hiding. We should see if anyone bears a grudge against her so that we know what to expect. We'd better look around the amphitheater for places where an ambusher might hide. Well, again, we're kind of in a forest. There's a lot of hiding places. Especially as it is approaching nighttime. And it's getting dark. There needs to be more aetherites back here. Alright, what do you know? Oh, Editha! Even a moment of deprived of her sumptuous harmonies is akin to an eternity of unimaginable torment. When, oh, when will she grace me with her splendor once more? Alright, well, you're not helpful. Why, yes, Editha has been quite the talk of Gridania since her debut. Her skills as a musician is without question, although I sense that many of her admirers are more interested in her bizarre stage garb. No of her. I certainly do. I would consider myself to be one of her admirers. In all honesty, I do not care for the way some of the others ogle her. If the rumors about Editha receiving death threats are true, one of those lecherous scoundrels must be behind it. Well, not a lot about any hiding places, but we've learned about how her fans are. It sounds like this Editha has quite the following. Whether that's due to her musical abilities or eccentric stage persona is hard to tell, though. Sure is. Perlona, have you met Miss Ondine? She's a harpsichordist, like Editha. That poor girl, what is the world coming to? That a gifted and beautiful young performer such as her must hide away for fear of her life. It beggars belief. It must be one of her followers. I've seen the way some of them look at her, and it makes my skin crawl. With fans like that, who needs enemies? What if I immediately don't trust you and how, like, profane you were? So, what do the other locals have to say? They're much the same. Yes, most of them seem to think that one of Editha's admirers is to blame, but I sense there's more to it. I think that until we have more information, we should treat everyone with equal suspicion, to be on the safe side. Personally, I'd prefer to carry out a more thorough investigation, but we best not keep our clients waiting. Once you're ready, let's return to the lesson shell. And then we've learned everything about the, Gunbreaker. Let's see if that helps. At least these guys are close to the Lancers Guild. You know, when you go the right way. Up, and we have a solo duty. If I were her lasting child, I would have hired an investigator to catch the villain instead. An agent of inquiry or some such, perhaps. I know an agent of inquiry, however you want to say it. I'm very familiar with one. After hearing so much about Editha, I can't wait to finally meet her. Also, you have quite the armor on you. Editha assures me that she will be running 2 shakes of Aziz's tail, whatever that means. Anyway, let's go. I see. Ah, my chaperones have arrived. How wonderful. Okay. Oh, to finally feel the sun's warming rays, I'm reborn. They weren't kidding when they called her eccentric. All this prancing about is going to draw unwanted attention. We'd better get this over with as quickly as possible. Sophie, Fernona, and I will escort her to the amphitheater. Why don't you stay behind with Lost and Toad in case we need to hurry back? Fine by me. I'll keep an ear out for any signs of danger and come running if you call. Although I was fully prepared to join you in guarding Editha, even dressed for the occasion, I will defer to your professional opinion and remain here, but promise me that you'll keep my sweet Petunia safe. Can anybody be normal? Leave us to us. Are you ready for Lona? Hell yeah, I am. La la la, what a beautiful day for a stroll. I mean, I know she's not normal, but like, come on. Well, I need to keep her escort her to the amphitheater. To dream of it, la la la. And avoid any needless frolicking. I don't think I've ever seen anywhere so peaceful and serene. Oh, Gridania is a wonderful place indeed. You should stay a while. Huh, I don't give it some more thought. Is that? It is. It's Editha. Who? Oh, even Yamitra's coming out. I don't want the distraction, but perhaps they can tell us why those bandits are after Editha. I hear that Editha has become something of a recluse of late. I do hope she returns to grace the stage once more. Is it true that her music is inspired by all the wondrous places that she's seen on her travels? Editha has only recently begun performing in Gridania and has already amassed a considerable following. I have heard, however, that some of the other harpsichordists are envious of her success. Yeah, that's more I'm thinking. The whole of Gridania delights in Editha's magnificent melodies. Every other musician pales in comparison to her. You are escorting lovely Editha. Please allow me to make a record of this day's events. So you get the impression that a jealous rival is the instigator. There she is with the rabbit ears! Who goes there? Never mind, step away from the girl, nice and slow. I think not. Fernona, don't let them near her! It would be good if I activated my pig stance. That'd probably be great. Thanks, Mitra. You go on ahead. I'll hold them back here. If you recall my sis, don't hesitate to ask. You blick ahead. There could be more of them about, so be on your guard. You must be ready to strike at a moment's notice. Editha, you mustn't run off like that again. Oh, you're no fun. They never learn. Fernlona, take the left again. That's right, attack me instead. So yeah, Gunbreaker is a tank class, which means you are meant to be taking all the enemies, like, auto attacks and stuff in order to protect your very squishy teammates. This one's a kind above the rest. Well, it says head bandit, so what made you think? And yeah, as Radovan had explained, Gunbreaker relies on doing charges. Every time you use your third skill of your 1, 2, 3 in a combo, you get a little cartridge, and then you can use the cartridge on these skills over here. Hey, Mike, welcome, welcome. Crazy people? Yes, that I think would have gathered that much. I'm doing a job quest explaining what Fernlona's class for Stormblood is going to be, because this is what I did Stormblood as, even though this class did not come out for Stormblood. It came out for the expansion afterwards. Yep, that's about what I thought. I knew it was you. Don't act like we don't know who this is. My, what a haughty, naughty little rabbit. It seems you wandered too far from your warren. The stage is set for your curtain call, though it cost me a pretty penny to rent the place. This will be the last time you walk all over my stage with those grubby little paws of yours. I want that Talon's head on a platter. Remember, Editha's their target. Don't let her out of your sight. No, you don't. Come here. Fight me instead. I'm out of my dash. My gap closer. Maybe I should grab both of their attention. Man, I'm like, I do so much damage I can steal aggro from Radovan. Useless, and you call yourselves professionals. It's time to introduce the rabbit to a kitty. Actually sends the beast after us? No matter, we must protect Editha at all costs. If you have backwards attacks, So I'm going to target you this way, because then the chances of you attacking Editha go down. Because otherwise those are going to run into her, and that would be bad. I'm the one tanking now, fuck you. I'm the head tank. It is me! Oh yeah, Gunbreaker also has a bunch of shields, and notably, it also has a regen that it can give itself. Damn it. Cannot hold on to his aggro. Like, he can, like, hold on to it long enough to, like... Oh, okay, never mind. We win. Although the orb is still going? The show's over now. Take that mask off before I cut it off your face and be... before I cut it off in your face with it. Can you not recognize her even without the... Okay. Miss Odin, I'm not a guest, but what's Editha ever done to deserve this? That harlot doesn't know the first thing about real music. She thinks she can steal my fans, my stage, with those appalling outfits of hers? I won't stand for it. I won't. What happened here? A lot of stupidity. I heard that Undyne wasn't exactly a fan of Editha's, but I never would have thought she would have paid to have her killed. And now we know that the highwaymen in the woods were in on her schemes too. A few days back, they held up Undine's carriage in the shroud, but she made them an offer worth more than the valuables she was carrying. Mind you, I don't suppose there's many of the bastards left after today. You've done us all good turns, so if you ever need anything with the God's Quiver, don't hesitate to ask. Now that the danger has passed, Editha will at long last be able to make her triumphant return to Maketo's amphitheater. There's still one thing I don't quite understand. Why did those highwaymen attack me in Radovon in the woods? Maybe it's because of your ears. I imagine Undyne told me how much I love wearing my favorite bunny crown. They probably thought you were me. And these ones aren't real Viera ears. At least, I don't think so. Actually, I was wondering if I might have a word in private with the three of you. But there were 4 of us. Yes, but only if I include you, which I'm not. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Well, I suppose the lady's entitled to her secrets, but before I return to my duties, I wish to express my gratitude for your part in today's events. You have both performed admirably. Now that pesky manager of mine is out of the way, let's go to the Great Glory. Glory? Oh yeah, it's nighttime. do. Send me back over here. Hey. What could it be? I'm almost afraid to find out. I haven't the foggiest idea of what this is about. You risk life and limb to protect me, so I think it's only fair that I explain myself. One moment, please. Yep, it's a sylph. What? These are sylphs. They like to play pranks on people. You don't need to say that she was a sylph from the very beginning. Oh yes, this one feels much more comfortable now. It is fun to use glamours and play the harpsichord, but a little tiring. And this one spent so long in walking one's house, this one nearly died. This one needs sun's rays to flourish to live. That's why this one had to go outside, even though dangerous ones were all around. This one hopes helpful ones will understand and not tell this the simpering one. Listening ones will be sad if this one can no longer play sweet, sweet music. Secret is safe with us. I'm ever so grateful. Promise you'll come in and listen to my harpsichord soon, yes? Tee-hee. Not quite the conclusion I was expecting, but a satisfactory one nonetheless. I must say, you've acquitted yourself rather well, Fenlora. It only takes a lot longer for novices to grasp the fundamental differences between a gunblade and a regular sword. It was originally developed by my people in the Third Astral Era. The march of the Algan Empire had driven us to the barren wastelands, where even survival was a constant struggle. Our queen, Gunhildr, was closely guarded by loyal soldiers known for the unique swords they wielded. These loyal vassals were known as Gunhildr's Blades, a name that was abbreviated and applied to the most distinctive of their weapons, the gunblade. Meanwhile, the Alligans were developing firearms capable of launching projectiles over great distances. As they were similar in appearance to our gunblades, we referred to these weapons as guns, a term which is now commonplace. So effective were these new weapons on the battlefield, the Queen's Guard decided to specialize in smashing through the enemy lines and destroying them as swiftly as possible. Thus, they become known as gunbreakers. She's falling asleep. Come on, Sophie. Verlona would be riveted by this. She loves learning. Even after the fall of the Algan Empire, these techniques were passed down to each new generation. Like latter descendants of Gunhildr's royal guard, though I am all that remains. It is my duty to see that the art of the gunbreaker lives on, even if that means entrusting it to an outsider such as yourself. If you like history lessons, you two will get on like a house on fire. Well, guess what? Verlona does! I'd best leave it there for the time being. I don't want to overwhelm the lass. No, please overwhelm her. She'd enjoy it. Learning is best done on the field, however. As pleasant as Gordania is, I am eager to see what the other city-states have to offer. Then may I suggest Ul'dah? Their markets have goods from all over the world, and I'm dying to take a look. Ul'dah it is, then. Sophie and I will go on ahead. When you arrive, seek us out. We shouldn't be hard to find. Yippee! Take me to Thana land. Oh, we have Ganondorf back. Hey, bud. And then we talk to you guys. And look, Sophie's got a new outfit. The best way to settle into a new place is to dress like the locals. Well, that's my excuse anyway. It is good to finally get away from that noisy marketplace. Not that this watering hole is much quieter. Still, it's paradise compared to anything you'll find in Garlean territory. I think he's just in a sour mood because he can't find any work. You're not wrong there, Sophie. I'll keep looking, though. Ilona, you'd better train yourself until we find our next client. Which, with a little luck, will be soon. And yeah, I'm going to stop that there. I just wanted to show off like this little bit, and because since you find these guys in Gridania, which is where, you know, we last were in story because of Belsar's Wall, and like Gridania shares a border with Alamigo, which is what the Gallians are occupying. I headcanon that Forlona like runs into these guys while we're like prepping for war. And then that's why she picks up the gunblade. So yeah, we will probably continue this later. But for now, it is time to actually get the Stormblood. With the vaunted warrior light marching beside them, the men and women of the Eorzean Alliance prepare to liberate Alamigo, a land conquered by the Garlean Empire 20 years ago. Meanwhile, in the Far East, the freedom fighters of the fallen nation of Domas struggle to rekindle fires of hope in their countrymen. Although, actually, hang on. I mean, I'll teleport to Revenant's Toll, but before we start it proper, let's show off the trailer, shall we? So yeah, this was the title screen when Stormblood was here. And this was the trailer. Was Alamigo. There's Garlemald in the distance, very ominous and spooky. And over here is Ulthard, which is where Doma is, where, you know, our good friends like Ugiri and the other Domans live. Listen, I know that's supposed to be cool, but anytime I see a swordsman cut a bullet in half, I just always think of the stupid post that's like, idiot with sword found dead with 2 bullet wounds. Central Nugity. Obviously, swords beat iffy guns, they're much cooler. I mean, true. Obviously, the cool factor is all that matters. But yeah, that was the Stormblood trailer. And speaking of trailers, I am very much excited for tomorrow, because tomorrow, well, rather this week / weekend over down in Anaheim, Los Angeles, Final Fantasy Fan Fest is like happening, and as part of tomorrow, they're gonna reveal the trailer for the next expansion because that's coming up soon. We're assuming it's going to come out either, like, end of the year, start of next year. We're not entirely certain. But yeah, if we're getting the trailer for it now, then that means that... Wait, no, hang on. Let me activate New Plus. Yeah, eventually we'll get more Hildebrand. Because, yeah, I have streamed all the Hildebrand that currently exists. There is still one last bit of Hildebrand's story for Dawn Trail, which will come out some point before the next expansion comes out, so this year, but I don't fucking know when. And then after that, we're going to have to wait a long while for whatever the hell the next expansion is to start getting their Hildebrand. Said 1 quest per expansion. It's okay, so, like... Where's New Game Plus? Fucking... Okay, I can't look at the lists. Hang on. Hang on. Where is Hildy? Okay, so it's like... Every expansion minus Shadowbringers has a chunk of Hildebrand to do, but each of the post patches for an expansion is what adds in new Hildebrand. Like, we are currently at 7.4, or I guess technically 7.45, because it's the like 0.X5 patches that typically add like Hildebrand, so it's like 7.4, I want to say, came out in like January, but the Hildebrand didn't show up until like March or whatever the heck that was. And so similarly, next Tuesday is going to be the 7.5 patch, but it's going to be until the 7.55 patch that we get whatever the last Hildebrand is. If I'm explaining this at all coherently without having visuals to help. If all proceeds the plan, we should be receiving word that the Alliance forces have secured the Balestar's wall. Until then, however, we can but ensure that we are ready to move it the moment we hear news. Beyond the Great Wall, Alphino is a man with a great deal on his mind.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Balestar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
Should we not maybe glance at it first to make sure, hey, this is time to go? It's go time?
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
But yeah, last time we also learned that Ida isn't Ida. Ida's name is actually Lise. Ida's younger sister, because the real Ida died, years ago. And I also, admitted that I, fucked up. And I accidentally called Ida Lise at one point, and I just hope that you all believe me that I'm a stupid idiot. When I said, oh my god, who the fuck is Lise? My brain is so scrambled.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
Because, good lord, not calling her Lise was very difficult, because I know her better as Lise.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lise. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
We are supposed to be a neutral party.
The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lise's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, you are one of the more diplomatic people here. Because, like, Thancred is stealth, Alice is combat, although she used to be, like, subterfuge too, but they've, like, kind of retconned that out into it being, like, you know, calm, diplomatic blue twin, fighty, punchy red twin. Which I'm a little sad about, but I still love the twins. Urianger is, like, you know, like, I want to say intelligence, but, like, not, like, spy intelligence. He's, like, you know, he just knows things. He's magic.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Of course. As if you had to ask.
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
Yeah, because you two are fucking, I get it. Gotta stay with the
It
boyfriend.
is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Oh yeah, new quest jingles. It'll be fun. You remember Minago, right? The messenger who brought word of the Griffin's attack on Baelsar's wall? Well, she left not long ago, having made a full recovery. If you see Gurabania, be sure to send my love. Oh, so it's finally happening. Don't tell anyone, but I'm feeling a little nervous. Only a bit, mind. I'll be fine once we get going. Hopefully. I mean, yeah, this is nerve-wracking, because, like, Lise hasn't been to Gurabania since she was, like, a toddler. Even Tataru has her limits, so I've taken it upon myself to assist her in managing communications with various organizations that are members in the field. Riol and the others are counting on us for our support, after all. Hell yeah. You're ready, Shadow Walker. There can be no turning back once we depart. Almost, but there is one thing that remains undone. So yeah, it looks like these two are getting ready to go. Minfilia would have us, Minfilia would have given anything for a chance to liberate her homeland. Were she still with us, I know she'd be the one leading the way. Yeah, Minfilia is also from Gurabania, much like Lise. And because of that, there is a little bit of critique about Minfilia and Lisa's designs compared to the other Gurabanians, but we'll get there when we get there. There's no going back once we cross this bridge, and the gods only know what awaits us on the other side. In our absence, Urianger and Thancred will handle administrative affairs. Continue to coordinate your operations with Aliane and the others, and report to them directly should you receive word of primal activity. All right, Captain, you can count on us. Even as bit players, they show such passion, such fervor. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be a bit player too, or better yet, play with their sister. Please, you never know who might be listening. And more importantly, we have our own mission to attend to. And if you're too busy thinking such thoughts, they're liable to get us both killed. Listen, the girl knows her taste and she likes big, bulky, rogued men. Let her live. Papalimo's absence will be keenly felt for some time. Would that we had the strength to aid others in his stead. Well said, Hori. Every man to his purpose. We must not doubt ours. What did Hori say then? Spirits, cultivate spirits! Even if we are not more than bit players in their tale, we must do our utmost to support the senior scions. And for Lona, most of all. Oh, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate all the help. What's going on over here? Right, 10 years younger. Nay, 5! I would not hesitate to join Lady Yugiri and Lord Gosetsu in their fight for freedom. What will ever become of our homeland? I don't know what to think of this endeavor. Well, hopefully, we all get liberated.
Ready, my friend?
As will ever be.
Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
You two off?
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Gurabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
Listen, you got your own fight.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Ugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Yeah, and besides, you've helped us out immensely in the past. You're good.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Here, Gosetsu! Wonder why things felt a bit weird than you realized he'd install 7 TV on this laptop. Oh, yeah, nope, that'll do it.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
It's always, like, weird when you get, like, used to, like, an extension. And then you'll, like, move to a different computer, even for, like, a temporary, like, little bit. And then you're just suddenly like, oh god, oh no. This is what it's actually like? Without the extension?
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Like, especially with, like, for example, for me, with Tumblr, I have so many, like, extensions to try to, like, stop Tumblr from, like, updating and see why that I'm like, if I ever turn any of this off and I see what Tumblr actually looks like, I'm going to explode. Or, like, I recently had to install a new one for YouTube because YouTube, for whatever reason, like, removed list view from your subscriptions, like, feed, and now it's only in grid form, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop that. Give me my list back. And so I had to, like, install an extension to give me my list back. Thousand moms apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Please, could you come with me? Hey, what, now? All right, then, if you insist. I love Lalafell animation so much. There's a reason why I almost made a Lalafell instead of Frenlona. But yeah, Lise can't be the focus character of an expansion while still using shitty Realm Reborn gear. She needs a unique outfit. What do you think? As you can see, I decided to be light and loose. An outfit tailor-made to fit the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I have to stop introducing you as a science receptionist and start referring to you as your permanent seamstress. She can do both. It's lovely, Tataru, thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it. And with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onward to Girabania. Our first stop will be at the Amarysai's Spire in the East Shroud. Fucking stop giving me French. I don't know how French works. And of course it's raining. Why wouldn't it be? Well, good thing my chocobo has a raincoat on. I won't let you down, Papa Limo. I promise. Papa Limo had to know it would only be temporary. If Grandfather couldn't contain Bahamut with the power of 1,000 prayers, then the chance that his disciples stand armed only with a broken staff. Listen, he did what he had to. Was it always his plan to sacrifice his life to complete the ritual? To bring forth the arbiter of his vengeance, but not remain to see the aftermath? It could have been. He kind of felt like it was going to happen, like, well before he did it. Though it may not be apparent to the naked eye, the ether here is in turmoil. Not since the calamity has this land been subjected to forces of magnitude unleashed by Shinryu and Omega. All the others are present and accounted for. If you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed into Kiribania. Oh, the signs of the seventh dawn. We were told to expect you. Should I summon someone to escort you to the wall? Yes, please. Let's proceed to Castrum Oriens? Occidents? I didn't actually read what it said. But hey, here's the world map. Limsa's over here, Old Daw's here, Gridania's here, Ishgard's up here. And here we are moving to Alamigo.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Welcome to Stormblood. But it's not raining here. Oriens, Castrum Oriens, that's what this one is. Listen, there's like a bajillion Castrums in this game. I get them all mixed up. Quite an atmosphere here, isn't there? Everyone seems to be on pins and needles, though one can hardly blame them given recent events. The Alliance has done well to repurpose these Imperial facilities for their own use so quickly. The General's in high spirits, don't you think? I know the feeling. To see the colors of so many nations, Limsa, Laminsa, Gridania, Odal, and now Ishgard. Well nigh brings a tear to my eye. We have much to be proud of up for Lona. So this is the East End. Not too different from the rest of the Shroud, is it? Though, truth be told, I'm not sure why I thought it would be. Yeah, I mean, these two regions are supposed to be right next to each other. The big difference is that there's a giant fucking metal wall in between. Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Orisian Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've barely had any contact with them, but we know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking Belsator weren't enough, Ilbert summoned a primal right on their doorstep. Garlemald does not like to take such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilbert's to make. And now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. Won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave it you to it. Godspeed. And friendly reminder, Rhalbon is also from All Amigo. Of all the caster in the world, you come walking the mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing elegant weapon and a draconic primal, Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping that it might lead us somewhere, which has singularly failed to do. That tastes like Omega fell to the earth and occupied territory, meaning that it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged the stasis systems. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on to Garabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let us not waste any more time talking. Let's go! Keep to the north and cross upstream. The Black Bridge belongs to the Garleans. For now. If anyone can determine the fate of Shinryu and Omega, it's Master Garland. For now, let us remain focused on our current mission. The bridge over the Veladina River has always held great strategic importance, hence the Garland's decision to transform it into a fortified installation. Needless to say, we will not be crossing there. Smart, smart. I do hope you're not thinking about running off to help Master Garland. It is not your duty to solve all of the world's problems, you know? But what if I want to investigate the giant fucking robot from ancient times? What if I want to learn about it? Were Omega not a threat to us all, its effectiveness in subduing draconic foes would seem almost admirable. But such weapons are doomed to be misused. Let us pray that we never have need of its services again. Lys takes the lead. Lys is eager to leave Castromorians. As you probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see the one with most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Rhalgr's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Veladina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me, and we'll be there before you know it. Sounds good? Also, of course, if you were playing this for yourself, there is an 8th right here. Make sure you attune to it so that you can teleport later. Pretty important. There's also a bunch of fucking bears. Don't worry about them. But yeah, there's the big structure that Alphino was talking about, that they like fortified on the river. That's its tower. At the risk of upsetting the Cartavic fraternity, I can't help but observing that East End depends entirely on one's perspective. I mean, people don't even think of it as Gridania anymore, do they? I suppose? I mean, I thought this was Garabania. I mean, I guess it is like the border, but still. It's so quiet. It's almost as though the Imperials haven't been here for some time. They call it East End because it marks the end of the Black Shroud. Note the sparser vegetation. On your guard, these Imperials know these lands better than we. Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. But yeah, I like the music here. It's really nice. Part of it weirdly kind of reminds me of Nier Automata. Don't know why. Because it's not like it's like similar at all to like, I want to say it's the city song from Nier Automata that it's reminded me of, but like these songs aren't really familiar at all. But yeah, there's the structure. That they have fortified on the river. And if you look around, you can actually still see some like remnants of like Garlean warfare happening. And if you look over that way, you're not supposed to have flight lit, but I'm just trying to show off a better view. You can see something clearly not natural in the mountain over there. You also could have seen it in the little preview of the area. Very interesting. Shella's right. We need to cross before the Imperials spot us. We should not linger out here out in the open. See, brother, nothing to worry about. Though no one would blame you for donning your buoyancy aids just in case. At a glance, it certainly seems shallow enough. And Alphino can't swim. Poor little rich boy can't swim. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south. It's part of Castellum Velodina. That's what the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that rotten banner from absolutely miles away. Never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. And away we go. And if you like look around like the environment, you can see like, you know, like old ruins and like temple things. Or statues of Rhalgr, who's one of the 12 gods. Sorry, sir, I don't want to do your fate. You know, we can keep going this way. But yeah, it's a neat area. There's more Rhalgr. And we didn't run afoul of even a single patrol. What a pleasant surprise, in that there were no surprises. You did well. It is reassuring. What, did you not have faith? So the reach lies beyond, but I do not see a path. Are we there yet? Alice would be the kid to ask, are we there yet, every, like, minute. Especially when she was a kid. We're here. On the other side of this path is Rhalgr's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there's some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, Stola. Which is fun because, hey, friendly reminder, Y'shtola can't see. She has to use, like, ether to see. She's blind, and she hasn't told anybody of that. But when she figured out that Thancred can't use ether anymore, She immediately outed him. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks. Or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms? Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before we go in, I don't know if Tataru told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. They know us, so they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way and, don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. And with a sprinkle of damascene dust, all is laid bare. Ta-da! Although if it's just a glamour, couldn't you, like... Well, I guess it depends on if the glamour is solid or not, because I'm just like, couldn't you just walk through? I suppose you could disguise almost anything with a glamour prism, if you really wanted to. Have you ever used one? Why am I asking? Of course you haven't. We're not in a safe place. But, hey, do you notice that my equipment doesn't actually match what I'm looking at? What my appearance actually looks like? Seeing it now, I feel rather foolish for not having deduced it earlier. It's fine. Sometimes the simple answers that always trick you. Overthinking be a bitch. Let us pray they are more amenable to our proposal. United, we stand to accomplish so much more. Impressive or no, 20 years is a long time for even so complex a glamour to escape the Empire's notice. All clear, let's go! All clear, let's go, let's go! And let us go.
I remember the old stories, how the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Rhalgr's Reach, a holy place and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
Yep, and there's the guards. Now go vouch for us! Ordinarily, I'd shudder at the thought of armed rebels trampling about in an ancient temple of an immense historical importance, but Rhalgr is the Breaker of Worlds, so it seems rather appropriate, if anything. Fascinating. A massive, nigh imperceptible glamour encompassing the entire valley. I see now how the settlement was able to escape the watchful eyes of Imperial airships. It's good to see Nago up and moving again. I wasn't there when she headed home, so I naturally assumed that she left too soon. Always overdoing it, that one. This temple was once home to the Fist of Rhalgr, as I recall. Yes, there's no mistaking that statue. Fist of Rhalgr is basically just like a, school of, like, the monks. Because if you choose to be a monk, your whole, like, kit is about, like, punchy fighty, and you're, like, learned it from, like, Rhalgr and stuff. It's hard to feel at ease with that giant statue looking down at you. That, okay. Oh, so you finally really came. I never thought I'd see you here, but I'm glad. I'm glad. Pleasure to see you again. And Krylin, you're still without whose help I might not be standing here today. Or at least not so soon. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see now for who you are, though. Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The promise of a new beginning. Conrad knows the purpose of your visit and would like to give you a proper welcome. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. And so yeah, welcome to Rhalgr's Reach, where the Resistance camp is tucked away at the base of this, like, statue and temple. Also, again, there's an Aetheryte, so make sure you attune to not only it, but also the various, shards. Which I think there's only the 2. But still. Teleportation is always convenient and helpful. We plan operations here when we're not entertaining important guests like yourselves. When we first met back in the Shroud, I took you for just another adventurer. Like, Rhalgr, I still can't believe how far you've come. So yeah, we met him way back in A Realm Reborn. He was some of the, Alamegan refugees that had, like, the friend who was, like, poisoned. And, like, we were trying to, like, get in good with them so that they could give us, like, a good word so that we could go talk to the leader of, like, the refugees. So, yeah, if he looks even vaguely familiar, which I highly doubt that was so long ago, that's why.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Rhalgr's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us. To give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves.
The Hello Light. Magically self-lighting fires.
There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monargo told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rhalgr it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy.
Which does mean Ilberd, wins. Because he wanted Eorzea to fight for the liberation of Ala Mhigo and then kick out the Garleans. And if we do this and succeed, which we kind of have to do in order to make the sacrifice mean anything of, like, the people he used, means he fucking wins.
On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that.
There are terms and conditions, as there always are.
So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
Why is the 16-year-old the best diplomat here? I should probably get to the other side of the table. We need to call the other senior members together before we can make a decision. The Gardanians are finally willing to fight, eh? Mostly because their hand was forced. You have a heart of gold, Frelona. We would never come so far without you. I can't imagine that they would refuse, but if they did... So they would have us wait. Very well. Papaleo and I weren't entirely honest with you. Though we were sheltered in Little Alamigo at first, we spent most of our time here, working with Conrad and his people. But you probably guessed that the moment I led you to the Reach, didn't you? Well, it makes sense in hindsight. It's not as though we have to stand around here indefinitely, do we? A haven for the bold. Alphino is pondering how to best make use of your leisure. So it would seem we find ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Forgive me, you are free to look around Rhalgr's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Feel free to poke your noses wherever we will, eh? I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Frelona. Hell yeah, why not? Great, let's get started. Give me the tour. So what's up first? I bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. So yeah, here's the thing. Minfilia and Lys, despite supposed to be Highlanders, because Highlanders, like, generally ancestrally come from Alamegan, both use the model of Midlanders, which in itself isn't that bad of a thing. There are definitely other characters that, like, crisscross, like, what model they use. Like, for example, Flamin, Minfilia's adoptive mother. Her name suggests that she's a Sunseeker Mikote, but her model is actually a Moonkeeper Mikote. The bigger problem with Lys and Minfilia is that they are both fair-skinned, blonde women that come from a nation of a bunch of dark-haired, dark-skinned people. That's where things get a little iffy. Especially Lys, who is, you know, still around and hasn't died / sacrificed herself to become one with God, who is, you know, trying to save her homeland. Accidentally kind of comes across as the whole, like, white savior kind of thing, even though Lys is from here. It's a couple of unfortunate implications. But anyway. Well, we've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some Beastmen. Well, Beast Woman, I suppose. Like that one over there. She's an Ananta. They've been with us for a while now. Who are the snake people? Well, one of the smaller faction has? The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafted. Ananta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals in the shapes that you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work. But then most don't even know they exist. Well, that's enough about them anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Rhalgr, shall we? If that's what you deem step 2 to be. I don't see why not. Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The breaker of worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Ina used to tell me on the story on Stormy Nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th Astral Era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across the Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign. And lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Girabania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to his great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. That last part was inscribed on the stone by a monk of the Fist of Rhalgr. Ida explained it to me. A day will come bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us. Well, given the expansion name, at least, we probably have a good guess. But if it is, I have to believe that everything that we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through in the end. Yeah, sorry, that was a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. Down the water I can. Although my chocobo can't swim. That's fine. Yeah, over here, we have the infirmary and other things. I didn't mean to bring out my chocobo. We examined the patients and offered what assistance we could. However, for many of their injuries, time and bed rest are the only effective treatments. You two are come to inspect their facilities. As you can see, they have done well to assign this much space, but their supplies are insufficient. That makes sense, unfortunately. Hey, Em, welcome, welcome. This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's so important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. Hello from Germany. Hell yeah, you made it. Nice, nice. That's one thing I'm kind of jealous about Europeans, is that, like, you can relatively easily get to another country. I, as an American, especially one that lives in fucking California, I drive for 6 hours, I'm still in California. I will never escape. Oh yeah, hopefully the travel went well with, like, no hiccups. We should go. I'll show you the Aetheryte Plaza next. Do. We were on about that earlier. We drove through 4 countries, 5 if you count the UK. Yeah. They're all like clustered together over there. It's kind of neat. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Rhalgr was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next, but don't forget to attune the Aetheryte before we go. So yeah, again, kind of sort of continuing the trend where most regions have their own unique design of Aetheryte, which is a fun little touch. Hey twins, where the hell were you two? Are they surprising? Where there is war, there is profit to be had. What is? Excellent. They've got no shortage of settlers, should we have need of their services. Arms, armor, potions, you name it, these folks got it. The resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, and Alphino and Alistair are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Why don't we indeed? If you need to buy anything, now might be a good time. Is that foreshadowing, lease? A bargain struck. Alistair is nodding approvingly at the settlers. Come to take the measure for friendly neighborhood merchants, I suppose. They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out that they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finished discussing your proposal, and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch you stolen Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me. Oh, hey, you actually teleported me up the hill. Thank you. Sorry I've kept you waiting, but matters such as these demand due deliberation. I get it, I get it. We'll begin once the others arrive. Oh yeah, what are you heading to Germany for? Or, you know, are in Germany for? More concerts and stuff?
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Of course, I mean, our own cooperation required caveats. Got a 2-day festival tomorrow and Saturday? Hell yeah! Hope you have fun. Hope you don't get sick. Because I know it's like, I don't know if it's properly con season, but I know of a bunch of cons that are like coming up or like actively happening this weekend, and I'm just like, I hope everyone stays safe. I mean, I know music festival isn't quite a con, but you know, it's a bunch of people in one place.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rhalgr's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree. But it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the Wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Listen, we're here to help. It's what we do. You got errands to run, we'll do it.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
I was gonna say, you two?
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefred will tell you more.
Pretty small festival should be okay. Should. I believe you will come out unscathed. No sickness.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Believe in the gamble. What a relief. For a moment there, I really wasn't sure which way it was gonna go. As if there was any doubt. Meanwhile, your best friend. Now that we've dealt with the formalities, we can get to work. I'm glad that you're with us, friend. Hell yeah. Pinch me if I'm dreaming, but cause I swear it's finally happening. All of Eorzea, committed at last to the liberation of Alamigo. Hell yeah. This is like, what, like 20 years in universe? Right then. Monargo and Mifred are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Ramona. I don't remember which one makes me do what either, so this will be fun. Familiar face forgotten, and a friend of a friend in need. You know what? Let's help out Mefred. Why not? Familiar face forgotten. Mefred cannot help but wonder if you remember who he is. At the risk of repeating myself, it's still hard for me to believe that we'd meet again here of all places. Though I reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? Of course I remember you! Although I will be perfectly honest, in my first playthrough, I sure fucking didn't. I remember him this time around, though. And I don't just mean because I remember him from Stormblood. I do actively remember him from A Realm Reborn now. I'm impressed. Given everything that you went on to accomplish, I would be forgiven. You'd be forgiven for getting all your time about... Let's try again. I'm impressed. Given everything you went on to accomplish, you'd be forgiven for getting about all your time in Quarrymill. Suffice it to say, we didn't forget about you either, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went on to Little Alamigo while Galleon was recovering. Gunobald was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, and others went on to Ul'dah for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Girabania and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alagana. Alagana? If you're going there, take me with you. Or you're taking me with you. That's right. You're from Alagana, aren't you, Lise? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There'll be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations to meet me by the Tunnel to the Peaks. And so yeah, for the moment, we will be locked out of Nago's quest. Until we complete this chain. Eden and I were born in Alagana, though I can't say I remember much about it. This tunnel will take us all the way to the peaks. We're on a mission for Conrad to Alagana. Clear the barricade, if you would. Aye, sir. Shouldn't take more than a moment. There are more villages out, there are more villages there than out here. But more Imperials keeping a close eye on things. We'll need to tread carefully. Way's clear after you. Well, don't mind if I do.
I remember the peaks of Girabania, silent watchmen that would stand long after we were gone. We came seeking allies to join us in the fight against the Empire. People who had had enough. People who had suffered every possible indignity. Who had been treated like animals, day after day after day.
But yeah, it's been a bit since we did Base Heavensward, but if you may remember, Base Heavensward, every time we entered a new area, it was narrated by Count Edmund, basically reading from his book of his recalling of the events for Heavensward and the post patches. For Stormblood, we have Lise doing it. And much like Heavensward, where in Count Edmund's retelling the phrase, and so they came, or though she came, so he came, whatever kept showing up, Lise tends to open hers with, I remember. This wasn't the work of the Garleans, but of Theodoric. His army massacred the monks here decades ago. By the time the Black Wolf arrived with his legion, it was already a ruin. We have a glamour in place here too, as you may have noticed. So as far as the Imperials were concerned, there's now more than a testament to the savage impulses of a lesser race. Remember, though, once we leave these ruins, we'll have no glamours to conceal us. The villages to the east keep watch for patrols as we move. You got it. Oh, hello. You're a big boy. Because you're a hunt mark, I see. Gods, look at that tower to the southeast. How long did it take for them to build it? It's kind of hard to see because it's foggy, but yeah, there is a, like, upside-down pyramid structure in the fog back there. Which begs many questions. Very Imperial in sight. That's mercy. Alagana is due east, past the bridge. Follow me, it's not much further. And then we also have giant, aggressive butterflies. And grasshoppers. Fun times. yeah, unfortunately, my bad weather curse continues to be an issue when I stream this game. I could have been older than 5 when we left this place. My memories are hazy at best. You can rest easy, we made it. This is Alagana. Feels strange coming home like this. I always imagined it would be... Oh, sorry, that has nothing to do with why we're here. We need recruits. We do, but as I said back at the Reach, it's a little more complicated than just asking for volunteers these days. As you know, we're short-handed because many of our people were taken in by the Griffin's promises and went to the wall never to return. It wasn't just them, though. Folks from all over, including some of my former comrades, answered his call to arms. As for why we came to this particular village, it's rumored that Alagana lost a few youths as well. If there's truth to that, then there could be others sympathetic to the cause. And then again, after the Griffin's betrayal, they may be suspicious of outsiders claiming allegiance to the Resistance, and rightfully so. So with all that in mind, how are we supposed to convince them to join? I mean, I knew it wasn't going to be as simple as giving a speech in the village square. Not if you want the place burned to the ground, no. You might as well piss in the Viceroy's eye. We'll need to be a good deal more circumspect than that. You never know when an Imperial spy is listening. We must speak with the Elder first. I know for a fact he can be trusted. We'll listen to what he has to say and decide what to do after. Sounds like a plan. Let's hope there's still some brave men and women here willing to fight. I have a bad feeling, but let's hope anyway. The prodigal daughter. Meffred would like to introduce you to the village elder. Rhalgr, the village elder, is over by the shore. No time like the present. Let's have a word. And a word we shall have. Once again, new place, new Aetheryte. Go attune to it so you can teleport here later. I don't know you, traveler. You a merchant? You're not finding much custom here. Greetings and well met, Elder, and sincerest apologies that I not sent head of word of our arrival. Too long have I been away from Alagana, and I would know of your recent troubles. Your comrades of Meffred. I see. Speak on, although I suspect you don't know your purpose. The Griffin came in with many men and left with many more. Such is the rumor. Is it true? You lit a fire in their hearts and then dangled a dream before their tired eyes. And now you come to steal away what few remain. The Griffin was a traitor and a madman, and we had no part in his schemes. We have made an agreement with the Alliance. This time it'll be different. This time. Cold comfort to the dead and the ones they left behind. How much more must we give before you've had your fill? Yeah, this is about what I expected. But surely you hate the Empire as much as we do. They took our lands, our traditions, and even our gods. They demanded a fifth of what little we've got left. I hate the bastards with every fiber of my being. But hate's not enough, Meffred. We can't keep doing this. I'll not tell anyone you came, but you need to go. Now. Leave us be and never return. You've no right to speak to us like that, Lace. I've got a quarry that was producing barely enough to keep us fed, and that was before half our young men and women went off to die for your bloody cause. So yes, I've got every right to tell you to leave my village. No, you don't, because it's my village too. My home. What the hell is that you're on about? Wait, I know those eyes. You're one of Curtis's girls. Lise Hext, and I'm here to take back my homeland. At Rhalgr, the last time I saw you, you were I didn't even know you were still alive. And I never thought you would come. I almost didn't. And my sister never will. And lots of others won't either. And that's why we got to carry on this fight. You even sound like him. As you say, I've got no right to tell you to leave. Alagana is your home as much as it is mine. But I say to you again, we can give no more. Yes, I heard you the first time. Let's go. Do what you will and say what you like. You'll find no recruits here. I'm suspecting that may be true. At least for how things are currently. I didn't come here to fight. I hope I haven't made a mess of things. Maybe a tiny bit, but it's fine. We can smooth it out. Maybe, probably. That could have been handled better, but what's done is done. At least we've been granted permission to stay. I was hoping Rhalgr might help us recruit some of his people, but that clearly isn't going to happen. If we're going to convince any of them to join, we'll need to first regain their trust. It's risky and it's hardly subtle, but I say we approach the villagers directly. See our problem, thank God, and see if we can do anything to help. Makes sense to me. Let's split up and ask around. Let's talk to Engi Curl. Death by 1,000 rocks. Engi Curl regards you with suspicion. Why are you so fucking buff? Holy shit. A new face in Alagana? Huh, what would you ask of me then? Surely helping out a guy whose first name is Angry will be a fine choice. A stranger and a generous soul besides. Bollocks. There's nothing more suspicious than a good Samaritan. On the other hand, if you were an Imperial agent, I'd expect you to go about your business with more discretion. Bugger me, you really are here to help, aren't you? Very well, I'll take you up on your offer, stranger. My little brother is working on the rocks by Grim and Ninid. He's got something for me. Can you go and get it? You got it, sir. Right then, Frightened Curl is his name. Ask him for the leftovers. He'll ought to understand. Alright, the leftovers, you say. Where the oh my god, that's so far away. That's so far away. Okay, well. In for the long haul. It's slowly getting brighter because morning is happening, but let's pray the weather fucking changes and it's not foggy anymore. And it doesn't become something worse either. I don't think it can storm here, but I sure hope it doesn't. I would like it to be, you know, like sun, maybe overcast. Is that asking too much? I would like to be able to take in the new area. Well, here's the daytime music kicking in, at least. Cooking up a tasty stew to fuel our friend pouring over here. I'd help him by taking up a pickaxe myself, but we ended up with more stone than we could ever sell. There just isn't not much demand for it nowadays. Hey, sir. Here for the leftovers, are you? Not like my brother to send someone instead, but so be it. It's all in the sacks over yonder. They're bleeding heavy mine, so be careful when you pick them up. Unconscionably heavy sacks. And then we'll just teleport back, because fuck walking back. I ain't doing that. I don't got time for that. The sun's trying to peek through the fog. Ah, the new face. You have my leftovers? Unconscionably heavy sacks. You loaded 10 and 6 tons. You load 10 and 6 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Huh. I'll be. Actually went and brought the whole lot. Much obliged, much obliged. It's salt pepper for making fire sand, in case you're curious what it's all for. The rocks by my legs got good deposits. It ain't hard for my brother to pass for any other plotting quarrymen, and while sweeping bits and pieces off to the side, to bundle up and sell to the settlers what trade we have with the resistance. It's a living and a way of fighting back besides. A way of spitting in the Garlean's eye for putting our father in an imperial uniform and shipping him off to some faraway province 15 years ago. Don't know if he's dead or alive even. Though, if he were alive, he would not be long for this world if we were caught fighting for the resistance. So, this is the best we can do. That's the long and short of it. We do what we can, though we know it's not enough. Hey man, every little bit helps. Like, providing us, or, you know, providing the resistance the means to make gunpowder, that's pretty fucking huge, actually. I think you'll find that most folks here ain't much different. Everyone's got a reason, but the result's the same. I suppose I just wanted you to know was all. That we know why we're here, and that even if we can't join you, we wish we could. Alright. Oh, Gristledis, what do you have? Gristledis is here, but her mind is elsewhere. You'd best keep your distance if you know what's good for you. Say your piece and move on. Do you have anything that you'd like assistance with? We are here to help. We are here to be errand boys, because who cares about the fact that I've saved several countries, city-states? I'm here to do everyone's errands. And Fernlona actually kind of enjoys it. So, like, it's not that big of an issue. They constantly get quote-unquote demoted to errand boy. Looking for folks down on their luck. Congratulations, you found one. As you can see, my leg ain't what it used to be. Some days I can hardly walk for the pain. Mornings are the worst, especially after cold nights. Hard labor's right out. Too much pain and trouble for others. There's tea what helps it, though I'd need to grind a chapuli horn and a hornbill talon for the blend. Leave it to me, I'll get those. Eh? You'll go and just get them like that. You'll just go and get some for me, just like that. You needn't trouble yourself so. It's what I do! Everyone's problems are my problems. Alright, there's a horn. Yeah, friend the new Kiryu, exactly. Listen, every time a new expansion comes out, or rather I reach a new expansion, I am doing all the fucking side quests. All of them. Even the gold ones, which are so there's several types of side quests in this game, and I can't show them off with Fernlona because I've fucking done them all. But the little logo above a quest will actually kind of show what type of quest it is. If it has this little fireball thing, it's a main quest. If it just looks like a gold teardrop, but the filled in color is blue, that means that that's a side quest that unlocks something. It's a more important side quest. Even if you don't really want to do side quests in this game, I would at least recommend doing your blue quests because they are important. And then there are the gold quests, which are the gold teardrop and it's filled in gold as well. They will give you fucking nothing. They might give you an accessory or something, but otherwise it's just XP and money and there's no real point to them. I fucking do all of those. I do every single side quest in this fucking game. And I have it be canon that Fernlona does too. Which makes it really funny whenever it's all right, gang, let's go move to the new place to continue on the story. I'm just hang on, Fernlona's gonna be with you in 5 hours. I have things to do. If you've gone a long while, what brings you back to Alagana? We got a chapuli horn, makes a fine medicinal tea when ground into fine powder and mixed with other ingredients. And a hornbill talon, with the exact same description. we can actually kind of see now. Yippee. Although now that just means we can see the fucking Garlean base in the back. That's fine. Oh, I never actually meant to... I mean, at times like these, you never think people will actually... This country's hard on people, but it's not just that. The Imperials, they made it known I'm not to be helped. A dead man's good for one lesson, you know? Whereas the live one... You're with the Resistance, right? I suppose there's no reason not to tell you then. My father, God rest his soul, was deathly sick at the time, and so I'd gone out into the forest, spear in hand, to gather herbs. And then I had the good fortune to run into an Imperial patrol. My weapon marked me as a rebel, or so they said. Not that it would have made a difference if I had fought back. I knew what a lot of them were about the moment that Centurion laid eyes on me. It didn't matter in the end, of course. Some people just like to hurt others, and by the time I limped back to the hut, it was too late for my father. Too late for me, too. I and many others, I imagine. Help them, too, if you like, and they'll be grateful and say thank you, but beyond that, I wouldn't hope for much. Listen, every little bit Frelona can do, to, like, ease your suffering, is time to her well spent. Excuse me, but can I have a moment of your time? Yeah, what's this about? Alright, well, Lisa's trying to do something. But yeah, now that we can actually see, we got, like, you know, like a nice, like, waterfall over here. We got the fucking Imperials. Don't worry about them. But if I were to, like, you know, look up, we got, like, the whole, like, valley down there. We got the weird upside-down pyramid. We got whatever the fuck is going on over here. It's a neat little place. I like the Stormblood maps. They're cool. A life more ordinary. Medfred is hard at work trying to win over the villagers of Alagana. There you are, Frelona. I've been trying to help the villagers deal with this food shortage of theirs. Recently, the Imperials have been swooping into villages unannounced and seizing supplies in order to prevent people from stockpiling, in case they might be in league with the Resistance. It's not much, but I've taught them a few tricks to better hide what little they've got left. How's Lise getting on, by the way? You think people would be more inclined to trust a local girl? Assuming they remember her, that is. You would think, but, how is it going, Lise? No, I didn't mean to. And where were you these past 20 years? Where were you when we were being ground under the Black Wolf's boot? On the other side of this bastard wall, living the high life, I'd wager. That's not fair. Hey, listen, she was dragged away when she was 5. She didn't have a choice in leaving. Oh, and who's this? Another one of your freedom-loving friends trying to help us poor unfortunate souls? Trying to whip us up into a frenzy so we'll go and storm a castrum with our pickaxes and shovels? Leave, all of you, before you bring cohort down with us all. Or down on us all. And you, don't you dare speak like you're one of us. You can't even begin to understand what we've been through. You weren't here, Lise. You weren't here. This is my home, and I love it with all my heart. If you truly have any love for it, too, you'd keep us out of your doomed rebellion. He has a point. No matter what I say or do, it doesn't change the fact that I left them behind. Again, you were 5. You had no choice. But this isn't about me or anyone else. It's about Alamigo. Let's go and find Medfred. Okay, right, we're just going back over here to the rock. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but... Looks like the Elder wasn't the only one I'm willing to hear us out. Can't blame them, given what happened at the wall. I thought I might be able to appeal to them as a fellow. I don't know. But if anything, it just made them angrier. I haven't lived through it like they have. I can't claim to know the struggle like they do either, Lace. I ran too, why? But if I hadn't, I would never have met Ferlona or the rest of you. And we might not be here today in a position to make a difference. So I don't regret my choices, nor will I apologize for them. There's more than one way to fight. Help! Someone, anyone, we need help! Don't like the sound of that one bit. Come on. Kratza, he, and the Tribunum and the bloody Ratman, they, damn it all! You there, take a deep breath and then tell us what happened. It was all business as usual. The Tribunum's due soon, and we were taking it to the Imperials when a Keycurn attacked. They took my brother and our money. Took him where? Ruins to the south of here. It was just an old temple before they came and... Listen, Rhalgr's the only family I got left. If I lose him, The Ziggurat! The Ratman took him there. He's as good as dead. We have to get after them. If there's even a chance her brother is still alive, we have to try. Of course. Rescue mission time, let's go! We can save him if we hurry, come on! We've gotta hurry, can't only know what they could be doing to him. You shouldn't get our hopes up like that. Everyone knows the Ratmen eat their prisoners. Yeah, but if we're fast enough, we can try. You're right, Lise, we've gotta help them. Now for the missing man, then for the Tribunum. The Garlands won't suffer excuses if they're late. The color of Engi Keycurn. Mefred understands that you must act quickly to save Rakata. So Rakata's been held somewhere in the Ziggurat to the south, which has been taken over by a host of Keycurn bandits. That covers it then. Be prepared for a fight. They might not be the most challenging foes, but there's sure to be a lot of them. I'm like so much higher level than them, it's fine. It's fine. As long as we're not put into an instance where I am synced, we are good. I'm 40 levels higher. And this is a game where even 10 levels makes a gigantic difference. Okay, here's the giant upside-down pyramid thing. Along with the cannibalistic Keycurns. Weird little guys. Is it cannibalism if they're like rat people? Whatever, man-eating. There we go, that's better. Please let me go, I'm begging you, I don't want to die! You hear that? I think it came from the top of the Ziggurat. The days come to loot our man flesh. Ours to eat! Ours to eat! I knew we'd come to this. Kill them quick before they alert the others. Oh, easy peasy. Oh shit, they live. Look at that. I thought you said there'd be no challenge. I also said there'd be a bloody host of them. Then up all of the stairs we go. It looks a little silly. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, where are you? There you are. stupid? I may be stupid. Right, I need a cartridge for that. Okay, that'll explain it. But that wasn't working. Weird that it wasn't giving me a cartridge, though. Oh well. But Rhalgr, whatever did I do to deserve this? I've gone to bed hungry for months. I'm skin and bones. I'd hardly make a snack, much less a meal. Sir, I am here to help you. Don't have to cower anymore. Oh, you found him. Sir, you can relax? Wait, are you here to rescue me? Your sister sent us. It's gonna be all right. My sister? Oh, Rhalgr be praised. She's safe. And you lot fought your way in here just for me? I think there's still good, brave folk in this world. We should go before the key can return in force. Do you still have the Tribunum? Oh, gods, the Tribunum! The Imperials will be wondering where I am. I have to go. Wait, right now in your condition? You don't understand. We were given a warning last month for being short. If I don't make it in time, there's no telling what will happen to me and my sister. Lise doesn't like it. She don't like it, no sir. Unlike him, are barely considered people under Imperial rule. They're to work hard and pay their taxes, and if they don't, there'll be 7 hells to pay. Beatings, imprisonment, enslavement. And as for your woman folk, well... Yep. Yippee. Can't be a fantasy game without bullshit like that. I'm glad we saved him, but seeing him run off like that... I got a bad feeling about this. The Black Wolf's pups. Lise has never been one to ignore her conscience. Listen, Frelona, Mifrid, I think we need to go after Workrata. Wait, you had better not be thinking of stopping him. You heard what he said. If they don't pay one way, they'll pay another. I know that. I do. And I don't want to interfere. I just want to see that he makes it there safely. If that's the sum of it, then fine. Let's head down and see if we can't pick up his trail. Head down, you say? Well, I know a fast way down. So, hotel Wi-Fi is not great as always. Yeah, no worries. To be honest, because I knew you were traveling, I wasn't expecting you to really show up at all, so I appreciate the fact that you're even here for a little bit. On closer inspection, you find nothing of interest. Flowers. Nothing of interest. Rotting vegetables. That's probably not it. It's probably that one. Yeah, chocobo feather. That'll do it. In the dirt, you spy a chocobo feather. Any luck? But yeah, it is kind of weird how apparently it's a universal experience that hotels just have really shitty Wi-Fi, regardless of where you are. Chocobo feather, is it? By my reckoning, it came from Ricotta's bird. In which case, there's a collapsed bridge just around the bend. Hug the rock and stick to the shadows. We'll find him soon enough. Oh, this collapsed bridge. That was like, what do you mean collapsed bridge? Can they really see us all the way up here in that tower? Any minute now, I'll expect he'll come thundering around the bend and... Hear that? Get to cover, quickly now!
Are they Imperials?
Worse. Skulls. Listen, Lise. Whatever happens, stay hidden and do not intervene. Understood?
What?
You there! Halt! You know you shouldn't be here. Explain yourself.
Forgive me, sir. I came to deliver the tributum.
Oh, aye. A likely story. Only a fool would dare to come so late. Or, mayhap, a resistance spy.
No, no, you've got it all wrong. I was waylaid by bandits. It's not my fault.
I said halt!
Is this a joke? You don't seriously expect us to believe this is a fifth? How stupid do you think we are?
It is, I swear, on my mother's life.
Spare us. You came late, you lied about bandits, and then you tried to cheat the Empire of its due.
You can kill them all, including the ones watching from the tower. Even if you did, others would come for him and his family. You'd be condemning them all to a life of hard labor, assuming they didn't just execute them, that is.
Lisa, unfortunately, we have to just sit and watch.
But it isn't fair.
It's your bloody fault we're stuck out here patrolling this god's-forsaken wasteland. It's your fault I have to listen to people go on and on about how Alan Egans can't be trusted. I've worked and toiled harder than any man. I'm a citizen, goddammit! And what are you? A stupid, stubborn little dog who'd sooner bite the hand that feeds him and pine for the good old days.
That's enough! Lord Xenos is expecting our report.
Hey, can you tell the Garleans suck even if they're not native-born? Like, Garlemald is just awful?
I bet the poor bastard can't believe his luck. He gets to go home. We should do the same.
Can't be seen. Nothing there. Don't worry about it. Just the injured guy in his chocobo. Definitely not 3 people in the shadows. We could have done something instead of just letting it happen. Not at this moment, unfortunately. I heard their commander was keen-eyed, but gods, that was a near thing. It tears me up inside to see our own kinsmen doing the bidding of the Viceroy. But they made their choice, and if it comes to it, I'll cut down every last one of them myself. Homeward bound. Medford has no wish to linger unnecessarily. Ricotta's alive and the tribute has been paid. That's all that matters for now. I, for one, would rather not wait around to see if the skulls decide to return. We'd best get back to Alagana and tell Rhalgr that his man got the job done. Immodest mouse, of course. You can tell the developers kind of have fun with some of the, like, Rogan names. Especially the Hellsguard ones, because their names are adjective noun. Like first name adjective, last name noun, and so they get silly with it sometimes. Immodest mouse. There's one whose name is literally Careless Whisper. It's fun. I owe you a debt of gratitude for what you did. Rhalgr told me everything about how you fought with the keycard and saved his life. For all the good that it did, we saw what happened when he met with the skulls. How they beat him half to death. We could have stopped them. I reckon you could. Mefford's a warrior, and as is your comrade. And you're strong like your father, that much is plain. But I think Rhalgr that you did not, because it would not have ended with them. Rhalgr and his sister would have been branded insurgents, if not the whole lot of us. Bones heal, scars fade, but the dead remain dead. We're alive, and that's more than can be said for the God only knows how many others. That's enough for you, is it? To put up with whatever they're doing to you so long as you get to see another day? That's right. You grit your teeth and you learn to live with the pain. I'll admit I was quick to judge you, Lise, and for that I apologize. I know you and yours mean well, I do, but I'm telling you, God's in heaven as my witness, that we've got nothing left to give. We can't help you. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. She may say it, but she doesn't mean it. Nor would I expect her to. Her father was stubborn as an ox, too. She set on walking the same path. I but pray she won't follow it to the same end. Lise, my beloved. I knew Curtis when he was younger. Golden locks and piercing blue eyes. When I finally looked into hers, I saw at once she was his. Well, she took it better than I expected, which isn't saying much, I suppose. We should go and see if she's alright. Lise? Lise, where'd you go? There you are. Sorry about running off like that. The Alamegans terrorizing their own? I can't accept it, you know? No matter what he thinks, they shouldn't have to put up with it day after day after day. I'm not completely naive, you know? I didn't expect them to storm a castrum with their pickaxes and shovels or whatever it was. But nor did I expect Rhalgr to just lie there in the dirt while they kicked him. I can't claim to know their pain. I barely remember this place or even my own father's face. But I remember Ida's. I remember how scared she was when we ran, and that look in her eyes when she talked about home. Her home, but not mine, is it? There you are, Lise. I've been looking all over for you. Well, you found me. Got something else to say? I do. I said some things to you before that I shouldn't have. It wasn't my place to do so, and I'm sorry. All that rubbish I spouted about how I loved my village, but when one of ours was in need, I was there cowering here with all the others. I didn't even think to go after Rhalgr, but you did. Made me feel like the bloody hypocrite that I am. If I truly cared for my people, I'd fight for them, so I will, if you'll have me. Oh shit, we're getting a recruit. Look at that. You're asking to join the resistance. When you put it like that, I suppose that I am. But not just me. There are others I know who've been thinking about it for a while now. There's not many of us, and we're not hardened warriors like you lot, but if your heart bleeds for Alamigo, then that's good enough for me. You and yours will be more than welcome at Rhalgr's Reach. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. I'll go and speak with the others and send word when we're ready. Still think this isn't your home? No, I was just thinking out loud? And with that, my friends, our mission is concluded. Let us return to the Reach. We got some recruits despite everything. Yippee! Job well done. And we helped out a bunch of these people with their just like daily lives. Which is always a good day for Fernlona. She would absolutely love stories in a Yakuza game. If you don't mind, I was thinking of staying here and assisting Mefford with training some of the new recruits. You got a heart of gold, Fernlona. We never would have come this far without you. I'll leave you my officer's capable hands and them in yours. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits. And it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling, too. I heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say that they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll have to think of them myself if I pass them across on the battlefield, but... when, not if. That day will come, Lise. Can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, guardian, Alamegan. None of that matters. They've all got their reasons, but they're no better than yours. Especially when they're bearing down on you, blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to have to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself, but who knows? Maybe you could be one, Lise. Your father certainly was. Right then, I'd best be preparing for these new recruits. Fernlona, Lise, it's been a pleasure. Hell yeah, we did it! And so now, let's help out Managa with Alice. A friend of a friend in need. Before she tells you of her mission, Manago needs has a few things she would like to say. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and the Scions again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good of me claiming my duties here couldn't wait, but a parting thank you was the very least you deserved. My apologies. Hey, no worries. You had to get back here. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kemp's entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed, as well as detailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort. 1 or 2 men at most, so that we can make it to the wall swiftly without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Alden commands the forces at Castor Moriens, and it should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great, that's just what I wanted to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out of the Reach. Hello. Thank you for your help in Alagana. I'll admit I didn't have high hopes when we first set out, but the results speak for themselves. Well done. Alright, speak to Managa. Where's she? She down there. Send me to the Aetheryte Plaza. That's the closest way to the exit. But let us defer to Managa with regards to the route. We could just as easily head back the way we came. There could be any number of reasons why we should not. Got everything you need? Good, then let us be off. Yippee! And the bad weather curse strikes once again. What do you fucking mean it's storming now? Can I just have, like, nice weather? Please? Like, average weather. Have we stopped? Is something amiss? Quiet. Hear that? That was a cerulean engine backfiring. Imperials. Gods, you have preternatural senses. I didn't hear a thing. Well, look at her fucking ears. She's got big cat ears. Of course she's gonna hear better. Granted, you do have big elf ears. But I still think cat ears would be better. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death, be they a predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have a 7-man patrol augmented with a single Magitek armor. Wide search pattern, divided in 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and try to take them all by surprise at the same time. Wouldn't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north. You should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the ones to the south. The armor should be just to the west. Fernlund is best equipped to deal with that. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous in the East Bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. Well, it's not going to take me 5 minutes to get over here, but, let's just pretend, okay? Is that it? Cool. Right, that's why. Listen, I haven't played Gunbreaker in a little bit. I forgot what my buttons were. I'm pleased to report that the Empire is short 3 soldiers. Not any self-respecting legatus would be sorry to lose them. It looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from other provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they do the same to you if the roles were reversed. And don't you dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in the blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened at the wall. Yeah, sad sight that. Signed, sealed, and to be delivered. Managa would like nothing more than to continue on the Castramorians. Right, I believe we've rested long enough. We should resume our journey before someone notices their missing patrol. And then let us be away. As we approach into the storm. More soldiers. I didn't think they'd come this far west, but better be safe than sorry. We're clear. Only Alliance patrols ahead. You said the forces of Castramorians were under the command of Flame General Rhalgr Aldin, did you not? By Rhalgr, the Bull of Alamigo himself. I never dreamed I'd have a chance to meet the legend. And to the base! And we have a bit of a fan on our hands, which is understandable. I like Rhalgr a lot. He's a cool guy. Oh, hey, and Pippin's here.
It is good to see you again, my friends. I hope you are here to tell me you have made contact with the Resistance.
We are, General. Allow me to introduce Monargo of Rhalgr's Reach.
At your service, sir. And may I say what an absolute honor it is to stand before the Bull of Alamigo.
These are not the Blood Sands, girl. You and I are but soldiers on a battlefield fighting for the same cause.
As you say, General. On behalf of Commander Kemp of the Alamigan Resistance, I present to you our formal response.
God, his hands are so big.
Good. I'm glad we've reached an accord. Though I was not aware you had suffered such losses.
Aye. Some of our finest took part in the Griffin's doomed assault, and we've been struggling to find new recruits ever since.
We have a couple more.
The massacres cast a pall over the whole Resistance, and many who might once have been open to joining us have since thought better of it.
After all of the Griffin's false promises, one can hardly blame them. They have no desire to give their lives for a lost cause.
You have anything to say, Pippin? Are you just here?
I will not lie to them. This is war, and lives will be lost. Yet what we offer is not the fever dream of a madman, but true hope.
And what makes the difference? How do we prove the difference?
People need proof of this, Father. Let us show it to them.
There we go.
I say we stand shoulder to shoulder with our new allies and engage the Garleans in open warfare. The Resistance must demonstrate that they can hold their own against Imperial regulars. And with our assistance, I am confident they can do just that. If we can achieve even a token victory, I believe it will serve to rekindle the hope of the Alamigan people and inspire them to rise up once more.
Aye. Aye. Once word spread that we'd won a battle against the Garleans, I'd wager we'd have new recruits flocking to us from malms around. The question is, when and where do we strike?
I'm glad you asked. I have a plan.
Let's go, Pippin. Our scouts recently informed me of an interesting development at Castellum Villaduna. Namely, the arrival of a shipment rumored to have come from the research and development facilities near the capital, containing prototype Magitech armor. It is our assessment that this armor is to be field tested here, most likely against Alliance forces, but mayhap before the day is out. Damn it all, more Magitech weapons? That's the last thing we need. Your concern is not unwarranted, but we needed to spare just yet. The shipment is thought to have contained a single heavy unit and 1 or 2 support units. With a well-laid ambush, we are confident we can destroy them all, hindering their development and delaying future deployment. And should we carry this out as a joint endeavor with the Resistance, they will have the rallying cry. It would mean dropping all pretense about the Alliance not wanting to go to war with the Empire, but you have a lot more folk willing to stand up and fight if they knew they weren't alone. And you were going to have to do it eventually anyway. Exactly. And so what I propose is simple. We harry their patrols to bait them into bringing out their prototype weapons to the East End, where Resistance allies will take them out from behind. Simple indeed, and well within our capabilities. I see no reason to delay, especially if my field test is imminent. What say you? Assuming the Vice Marshal's intelligence is accurate, I agree with his assessment and fully support his plan. I shall notify my comrades at once. Understood. I shall have one of my brave men bring you the details of the plan anon. And we, for our part, will be fighting with the Alliance, yes? I somehow doubt you were intending to sit this one out. Of course not. If there's something to be done, we are here. Why are you all so far away? Prototype Magitech armor, huh? This may prove a challenge. Fate has a way of leading one of the most unexpected alliances, does it not? Best served with cold steel. Raban knows exactly what he would like you to do. We've been careful to avoid needless shows of force inside this side of the wall, but that's all about to change. And when it does, you may be sure that they'll send their new toys out to entertain us. I would ask that you participate in this operation, but from that look I see it as a foregone conclusion. Thanks. Per Pippin's plan, we need to turn East End into an Imperial graveyard. You're a dab hand at this, and I'd be a fool not to use you. Head to the spot on your map. Right here, A patrol should be along shortly. Deal with them and then rendezvous with the rest of us at this location. Go well, Frelona. And it probably would mean a lot to Garlean intelligence when they're like, hey, the fucking Warrior of Light has showed up and beat the shit out of one of our patrols. Probably would, you know, garner a lot of attention. All right, who's about? Cool, we good? We good. Raban's on the other side. Storm. All right, Raban, it is done. Oh, and it's time for a solo duty. My information was inaccurate, it would seem. The patrol never came. Mine did, although it was just 2 guys. I want the plan then. Good. Our scouts report that a unit escorting the prototype weapons have left Castellum Villadina. The resistance is already in position, so we have to but wait for our guests to arrive. Let's go! This is where you come in.
Looked grim for us after Cartano, didn't they? Oh, how they doubted us. Yet here we are, right as rain, with fancy new toys to put through their paces.
So yeah, we have met Grinwat before. He was part of the crew that tried to stop us from activating Omega so that we could, like, unleash it on Shinryu. We fought with Gosetsu and like Yugiri and them over at Cartano with Nero. Or at least, you know, Nero was there. I don't remember if he was fighting.
It's like all my name days have come at once. Well, 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 if it isn't Garland's little troublemaker. I can't wait to see the look on Xenos' face when I bring him your head.
You want to try, bud?
That is, if my secret weapons here don't grind it into mush. Attack!
Why do you get the fucking Legatus music? How dare you? You're not even close to one. I don't think you are anyway. I don't actually remember what his rank is. One would almost think he harbors a grudge against you, Fernlona. What did you ever do? Hurry up and kill the bastards! We got them outnumbered!
Get after them, damn you!
Are you killable? Kinda, but not really. Struggling. We killed the big guy. You actually damageable. Gonna head off the bed because you're time traveling? Yeah, no worries. You had a big day, go get the big sleeps and enjoy your concert. What are you idiots doing? Give them everything we've got! Sorry, a bit of a drive-by. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Have fun. Give it up, lads. That thing won't take much more. Hello, do you guys mind? Can you guys, like, group up? Oh, thank you. Come on. Enough, we have secret weapons of great power, don't we? Let's bloody well use them! On your guard, Fernlona, he's up to something.
You'll be weeping blood!
Okay, you're just like doing shenanigans. Damn it, why haven't we got anything else? More armor or weapons or something? More of them. Have a war with our scouts.
Roar, Tizona! As a raging bull!
Thanks, Ramon. That helped. Did I want you to, like, turn you, like, over here? So, okay. It's fine. This can't be happening. No! Not again! What, are you just running? He fights and runs and... What the... Who the hell are you lot? For all amigo! Let none escape! Yeah, here we go! We have them now! Forward! Forward! You think you've won? Then we go together! Self-destruct sequence initiated. 60, 59, 58. There's no time to get to safety. We have to get blown up before it goes! We got this. We got this. 30, 29, 28. No, 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 my secret weapon! Easy peasy.
Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I've passed harder stools than these piles of scrap.
That's disgusting, sir. Thank you.
You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Bye, coward.
Aye, run and tell your viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo. Yeah!
Yeah! Somebody was really into that. Well done, all of you. I call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of El Amigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kempt. It was Marshal Tarupin who made this plan, and all of you, the Resistance Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. They did. Now, a single casualty, for which I'm grateful beyond words. I've no doubt that our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. That's all ours. Yippee! It's been a pleasure, General, until the next battle. Monago, I leave the Scions in your care. We shall return to the castrum then. Carlona, Miss Levier, once more you have my thanks. As Master Kempt said, until the next battle. Feels pretty good. That brute of an Imperial officer was a force to be reckoned with, wasn't he? A fool, mayhap, but he held his own against the Flame General. Yeah, that is an observation to be made, huh? Don't quite like that. I'd heard stories, but to actually see one in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously, though, it was inspirational. But you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. Let fill your hearts with pride. Monago is ready to return to Rhalgr's Reach. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's head back to the Reach. Well, let us return. My brain wanted to fill that in with To the Waking Sands. We don't go to the Waking Sands anymore. We don't need to. The tale will need to be spread far and wide if it is to help the Resistance draw new recruits. Personally, Monago is eager to see to that. Yippee! You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapon and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Why, they will, and for it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory. The beginning of a campaign by a united Orzia to drive the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean not without action, but the Alliance took the field and risked their life for our cause. To think the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago, during the Autumn War. And that was to defend us, against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure. It gives me heart to see that despite our criminous past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander. which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. The people will flock to our banners. Just wait and see. Frelona, Alice, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Yippee! No problem, Monago. Where men go as one. Conrad wishes to thank you all for all you have done. Wishes to thank you for all you have done in such a short time. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. I see the operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful? Indeed, there were several among the Scions ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Commander Kemp, if I may. My name is Arnvald Lentinus, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo. For an Alamigo where a woman like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. So yeah, Arnvald, I don't think he's actually shown up in main story yet, but he has been around the Waking Sands, for quite some time. He has the Echo, that's why he's part of the Scions. He's one of us that, like, has that. And yeah, he is a half-breed. His mother was, Alamigan, while his father was a Garlean soldier, and you can kind of imagine how he was conceived. And yeah, that's why he has, like, the big face paint and stuff, is that, like, as a half-breed, his mother, like, both loved him, but then also, like, was not okay in the head, and eventually started, like, hallucinating him having a third eye, and took a knife, and yeah. That's why he, like, hides it with paint. But yeah, he is one of the survivors of the attack of the Waken Sands back in the Realm Reborn. You're a true-born son of Girabania, same as me. This is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I will propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castell and Villadina. In the meantime, then, we will make what preparations we can. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo, that certainly is a piece of armor.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near total casualties.
Haha.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command.
Hi, Thancred. So yeah, because Thancred isn't going to show up a whole lot in this expansion, his voice actor, Praetor Bromhill, is going to voice a lot of just, like, miscellaneous characters. Gotta give the man a paycheck.
According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
I don't think you heard what he said, sir.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why, when confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gyr Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
Hey, can you tell this guy's a bit of a fucking freak? Not even a little bit, a lot of bit?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
I want to say I've hinted at in past streams that there's a certain character that I would love to see Boops' reaction to. It's that guy. I want to see if she would like him, because like he is unfortunately kind of conveniently attractive, or conventionally attractive, I think that's the phrase. But the man's a fucking freak. And we've only seen a little bit of it. He gets worse. And so I'm wondering if him being attractive is too much of a turnoff for Boops, or if she'll enjoy him anyway. It's all happening so fast. Isn't it exciting? Arenvald is not much older than I am. We would often chat about this and that when I paid visit to the Waking Sands. I knew he had strong feelings about Alamigo and the occupation, but mayhap I underestimated his passion. He's why wouldn't he? Long ago did I resolve to never take up sword or spear. At first for sport and then entirely. But a chance encounter with young Arenvald served to remind me that not all battles are as empty as those fought upon the bloodstains. Rhalgr did well to spread word of our victory in the East End. Hardly a day goes by without some would-be recruiting arriving, inspired by the tale. For such a long time, I struggled to make sense of that day in the Waking Sands. Why I survived when Abba and Holly didn't? Not anymore. Hell yeah, Arenvald, good for you. Often asked for volunteers, so here I am. First issue guard, now Alamigo, eh? No rest for the righteous. No, indeed. I feared it would take a little longer to rouse the people into action after the disaster of the wall, but it seems our countrymen are not so easily discouraged. Change is on the horizon, friend. Yippee! We won't have much time to train the new recruits. We won't have much time to train the new recruits, but we'll make the most of it. The Resistance will need every able-bodied man and woman in the field if we're going to take Villadina. Hi, hello? Right then, I got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties? We are here to help after all. The three of you have been busy, so I understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. Which is probably what a bunch of, yep, yeah, cool. Well, you're closest, let's go to you. Rust, future dust. Or future rust, future dust. Beeves is certain that he has seen you somewhere. I beg your pardon. The woman who bested Gaius von Bilsar wishes to offer me her assistance? I say this is highly irregular, though I have heard it said that you had a penchant for aiding the Comet Man. In which case, before the occupation, I was a humble historian. When my duties leave me scarce the time for naught else, I think it important that these momentous events to be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, so I had in mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters and ask them their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log, and Fernlona, thank you for your service, now and ever after. Why is there someone way at the top? Why is there someone way at the top? Why must you be so far away from everything else? Why? I can't even fly in here. Oh shit, this is where you guys are, huh? When I joined the Resistance, well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials had butchered before my eyes, back in the Alamigo. We owned a stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snatched up the piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a full of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. Unfortunate for your poor friend. But yeah, those three people that I was reacting to are the, people from the, monk job quests. They're just hanging out. Alright, we also have one over here. I was just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help people and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? And there's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever foraging parties turn up. And I unfortunately can't help you until I'm done with this quest. Which is going to mean a lot more back and forth for us than a first-time player would. Because a first-time player could just grab all these quests at once as you run around fairly easily. Alright, how are you two doing? Been to the peaks and back, have you? Glad to see you're in good health. I'm told you have been busy. As have we, lest you wonder. None here shall perish for want of proper treatment. Good. Glad you guys are handling it well. Why? Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't? My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. But it didn't matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. And then there is one in the corner here. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not. You're either with them or not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship, if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land, like as not, but that's the choice. But me? I'd rather die here. Can I just, like, swim across this? Yes, I can. Good. Sir, I have recorded the answers of the people about their motivations. Well met, Fernlona. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters, I asked? Well-worn log. Page after page of the log is filled with a flowing script. Doubtless Beeves had much practice holding his handwriting. As fascinating as they are varied. You have a knack for convincing others to bare their hearts to you, and I would not have done better myself. Many years now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. Let's never forget, my friend. Never. And yeah, Fernlona would absolutely love helping out this guy, because I mean, like, obviously there's good in, like, you know, helping train others, helping get, like, food, medicine, whatever, but it's like, recording history is also very important, and as Fernlona loves learning, she knows that can only be possible by there being history to record. Or, like, you know, someone recording said history. And so she'd enjoy that a lot. And also made me kind of think about, at least the item description made me think about what her handwriting would be. I think her handwriting would be neat, but, like, not fancy. Like, it's plain, but it's readable. Like, she wouldn't have, like, a frilling cursive script. Despite everything. A dash of green. Alyssa considers the cook pot with a frown. You want to help, do you? Seeing as I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Teeb for a variety of herbs? 6 springs or so of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, as long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. And back we go. Also, Teeb's? Tebe? I have no idea. Herbs, is it? 6 springs or whatever's on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. Okay. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised at what you can find growing underfoot, in the reach. Alright, we gotta go find some herbs by literally harvesting it ourselves. Alright, there's some fragrant herbs. And then, oh god, there's so much more. And the update they did to allow you to summon a mount while moving is so nice. Alright, there should be, yep, fragrant herbs over there. And then over here, there they are by the tree. I mean, I guess it's nice that we didn't have to find 6 springs around, but like, I don't know, it's a little weird that we're still taking 2 from the supplies and then just like finding the rest ourselves. It's like at this point, it's like, why not just take everything? Like, by hunting, I mean, not from the supplies. Hello, random player. I don't know what the hell you're doing. But here you go. Here's some herbs. There you are. Got those herbs I asked for. Reach greens. Precisely what type of herb this is remains unclear, but the important thing is that it is green and fragrant. Thanks, that'll do nicely. And, sorry to impose upon you, miss. I thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize that until you were, But to answer the question that's probably in your mind, yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that too comes at a cost. Too many villages, too many children more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. Well said, well said. Alright, you. What do you need? Ye wayward brothers! The Ananta battlemaid is not one to be trifled with. You look like a strider in search of some comrades. In search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this day. Yet nary one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location, I do not know. The number 5 in all these would-be warriors. Send them to me, should you chance to find them. Alright, where are these missing recruits? Someone down here, and I suppose they're down praying. Yeah, this is a grave. I know, I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. I've shared this sentiment before, but I swear to God, I need, like, speech therapy again. I'm, like, regressing the more I talk and stream. I mean, trust me, it wasn't as bad as when I was little. When I was little, if I got excited, I would become incomprehensible. Because, like, I just could not enunciate. Training? Training? God, I was so busy practicing to impress others that I completely forgot. Thank you. Okay, good. Great, good sign. Alright, who's the one here? You, brooding. 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied I was by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or a republic, I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Until we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. Yeah, first things first, we gotta be free. You can decide that later. Ah, there you are. Earnest recruit. The teacher calls for me. I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling magic armor, you see, and... yes, of course, there is no time. If you would excuse me. And then the final one is up here. Somewhere. You in the hallway? Yes, you are. Oh, bugger. You were sent by the snake, weren't you? I've heard 1 in 4 recruits don't live through their training. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger. Just try, dude. Come on. Every body counts. All right, ma'am, I found them for you. You should be good to go. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. And I'll appreciate the rigor in which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials would be so kind. Tis a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Very well. All right, to the middle after I take a drink. Because as glad as I am to be back, playing more 14, sure is a lot of fucking reading. Token of Faith. The thwarthy resistant fighter is at wit's end. Damn it all, what could I have got off to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? I'd be him. I had it this morning, I know that much for certain. But I've not left the reach since, so it's gotta be around here somewhere. If you get a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? First, I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist earlier, so that it might be there. As for me, I'll go search near the Officer's Pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, and I could just easily buy another, but even so, please help me find it. There may be others, but there's none like yours, eh? Because the sentimental value of some sort. Alright, so... where be? There it is. At least I hope this is the one. It's the one I see. Oh. Hi, Alfie. How you doing? Assisting one of your fellow freedom fighters? I'll leave you to it then. Okay, nope, you actually said that. Okay, you guys are all the same. I swear I've searched high and low, but it won't turn up. Word of the Destroyer, a paper ward inscribed with a prayer to the patron deity of Alamigo, Rhalgr. 7 Hells, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, sister. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Garleans, who cared even less for our beliefs. I still keep to the old ways, as do many others, and when my son is born, I'll teach him stories and the scripture, as my mother taught me. Very good, sir. Very good. Crossing the Velodina. Alfino has been making himself useful to the Resistance. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Ferlona, I hear you have been keeping busy. Aye, that she has, and we thank her for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As we discussed, Minago, I'd have you present for my proposal for an assault on Castellum Villadina to General Alden personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castellum Oriens before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I'll wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kryle and Y'shtola will wish to remain here to support the Carugians. Nevertheless, we should go and ask them. Actually, would it be faster to teleport? Maybe. Let's go for it. We get to stay dry this way, at least. If nothing else. Which is always a plus. Would also help if we, went the right way. Is that a miss? Nope, we're just heading back to Castrum Oriens. Letting you know. We're getting ready. I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support. As was the case with Ishgard, however, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every scion must decide what he or she will play. I'll fight. For Alamigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it till the end. The choice was made ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Belsar and Van Darnus were the first to try. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am, of course, of the same mind. The present situation is untenable and further complicated by the existence of Elbert's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this was a foregone conclusion, given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause. It is ultimately the self-same cause I have served since first I pledged to Master Louis Swall in the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Eorzea by any means necessary. Hey, Ghoul, welcome, welcome. We're getting ready for war. We did a little, joint operation, a mini one, to try to, inspire people to join, and we're getting a bunch of new recruits. Everything's going so well, what could possibly go wrong? That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. The book you're reading is also getting ready for war in the story? Hell yeah! What you reading? I came here from Minfilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Y'shtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Fenlona, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmund, the woman who slew Gaius von Belsor and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero and heap great expectations upon your shoulders. But you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. I'll fight. The Empire poses too much of a fight. We can but carry on for those we've lost and those we can yet save. As long as this battle will be there. To be frank, Alfie, this isn't my fight, but I'll do what I must. The Empire poses too much of a fight. Too much of a threat. We gotta stop it. Indeed, as you've doubtless seen during your time in the outlying villages, their so-called meritocracy is but a pretext to torture and enslave their lesser subjects. Such is the fate that awaits us all should their expansion continue unchecked. Dangerous Sorceress. It's the 4th book of a series. Neat. Don't think I've heard of it, but glad you're having a good time with it. Presumably. Take care, Y'shtola, Kryle, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Least, I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, or Manago will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Fernona? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I'm sure I can convince Manago to wait a little longer. Nope, we've basically decided we're in it. We're in it to win it. We just gotta walk a long way. Man, this place is actually kind of big when you're having to do it on foot. All right, Manago, I'm here. We can go. I'm sorry. Grandfather stood with the army that faced the Garleans of Cartano. This is dangerously close to becoming a family tradition. Yeah, huh? Although it seems to be skipping generations. Best make sure you got everything you need. We might not be coming back for a while. So will you be accompanying us? I'm glad I am to hear it. All set? Excellent. Then let's be off. Oh, if we're just going all the way there, I'm not fucking walking back. I'm teleporting. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't have the motivation to stick with stories you're not enjoying. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That's mostly how I am, but then sometimes I'm like stubborn. Because, for example, that game I keep mentioning, the Limbus Company, like one of the Project Moon games, it's like, not gimmicks, but a fun little thing is that like all of your party members, including the player character, are all named after characters from like literary stories. As I mentioned before, you have like Don Quixote, Faust, Heathcliff from Wuthering Heights, Ishmael from Moby Dick, fucking Gregor from Metamorphosis. And so because of that, and because I really like the game, as I mentioned, I think I've said this before, but like I'm using the library to like read what the original stories for these characters are, like what their literary counterparts are. And for the most part, I've been enjoying myself, but I'm an insane person, and one of the first ones I went for was the Divine Comedy, and that was an effort to get through. Just in terms of understanding what the fuck was happening. But yeah, most of them I've been enjoying, of the ones I've read. Because yeah, I did the Odyssey, that one was pretty good. I read a French story called The Stranger, that one's pretty short. That one I enjoyed. The Divine Comedy, as I said, was an experience, but that was also because like, I knew the Divine Comedy was meant to be like a poem with like a rhyme scheme, and so I picked a translation that did that, which may have made the translations a little bit harder to understand. I'm thinking after I'm done reading all of them, if I still have the energy for it, I may go back to Divine Comedy with a different translation to be like, hey, do I understand this any better a second go around with a different translation? Maybe. I read a really short Japanese short story called Hellscream. It's about an artist that can, an artist that is hired by a nobleman to create a folding screen depicting the Buddhist hell. But the thing is that the artist can only paint what he has seen. And so, you know, you can imagine that goes well. And I am currently reading Faust. Goeth's Faust. Which is, been a good time, actually. It's been kind of fun. I was kind of scared at the beginning because I was like having to like reread passages and be like, what the fuck's happening? But like now that it's like kicked in, I'm like, okay, wait a second, I can understand what's happening. I'm starting to learn that like if writing gets bogged down in descriptions a lot, I mean like I like descriptions, but it's like some of these older stories do such heavy descriptions that like I will get lost and being like, what? Huh? I'm starting to see that's a weakness of mine. Well, welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I am come at Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. Could not deal with Dickens' descriptions when you had to read his work in high school. Yeah. Could really tell he got paid by the word. Yeah. But yeah, again, because I'm being like stubborn, it's like even if I'm like being stubborn about this, and it's like under like normal circumstances, I would have fucking given up on like the Divine Comedy immediately. But because I'm like, no, I want to read the stories of these characters, I'm like pushing through it. Did I read this line? I don't think I did. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot. Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum Villadina. Capture Villadina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are to push eastwards to the capital. There's no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell them to take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Alamegan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, I want Villadina watched. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this one's. If there's no objection, General, might the Scions join Marshal Tarupin? Sounds good to me. By all means. If that is all, let us be about it. Right, I'm on the table. This will be our largest engagement yet. Our conjurers will do their utmost to provide support, but we must be prepared to suffer significant casualties. Yeah, it's going to be a big battle, all right. Taking Villadina will be the first significant step towards wresting Alamigo from the Empire's grasp, but make no mistake, there will be many more such steps, each one taken at a cost. An accurate assessment of their strengths and weaknesses will be key to our success. Measure twice, cut once, as the Gridanian carpenters are so fond of saying. For an operation of this import, we cannot hold too many in reserve. Surely the Maelstrom will take part in this assault? Hell yeah, in this assault. I can read. The Castellum is a less a military installation and more a supply depot, a storage and distribution facility for the surrounding area. That being the case, taking it will not only earn us a strategic foothold, but deprive our enemy of valuable resources. So 2 birds, 1 stone. It's very important we do this. Conrad and the General of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission and see how he would like to proceed. Let us do that indeed. So, Marshal Tarupin means to lead the reconnaissance mission himself, does he? In Crimson it began. Pippin is looking forward to the assault on Castellum Villadina. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond the East End, just north of the Villadina. I see over there. The fucking bears are back! Oh yeah, we get to go south. For once. And it's still storming, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? But yeah, as you see here, we can see the remains of a village. Just again to just show the destruction the Garleans have wrought. Up, it's time for a solo duty. Even should they be unaware of our plans, I would be surprised if their western defenses were not heavily fortified, given the presence of allied forces at the wall. That appears to be out of the ordinary at a glance. This should be close enough. Now we settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready, in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse. Upon reconnoitering Castellum Villadina, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. We're ready for the long haul, let's go!
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father.
Warning, this game contains scenes. Well, listen, it's understandable because this is an MMO. You could, for whatever fucking reason, be like trying to queue up to do something as you're progressing through the story. If that happens, and you get like the ready in the middle of a cutscene, that will mean, hey, you're going to have to fucking start the cutscene over. And plus, I also appreciate it a lot because it typically means, hey, you're about to spend roughly 10 to 40 minutes in a cutscene. Do you have the time for this? And like when I'm going through the game for the first time and it's like, you know, like 1 a.m., I can be like, you know what? No, I will save this for the next time I play. But yeah, it is a kind of funny warning out of context of, yeah, this game contains scenes.
Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
It's again why I also appreciate it when games are very upfront about like, hey, this is the point of no return. Once you do this, you know, you will be in the end game until you beat the game. Are you sure you want to continue? I always appreciate that, even if it like breaks immersion. It's very handy.
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Rhalgr's reach.
Uh-oh.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
And there are the skulls again.
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
You!
Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
bitch!
Hells take you!
Fucking get her!
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells. It's him. It's Xenos.
The Viceroy? Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
Hey, Dolly, welcome, welcome.
Spirited, and yet so empty.
You leave her alone?
Please run!
Ah, a magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
You still up?
Your shoulder!
Hold the line, by Rhalgr! Hold the line!
Things are going good at the Reach! Oh yeah, hey Nolly, welcome, welcome. I'm in the middle of scenes.
Kryl!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I have to move fast then.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
Yeah, because like Fernlona can heal, but at the moment we are not one.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
All right. Aid the resistance and find your comrades. God's help us, they're killing everyone. We have to stop them while there's still someone left to save.
It's all over now!
Leave the stragglers alone! Fuck you! Go away! There are others who need us. The Imperials came from nowhere, started cutting people down left and right. Reinforcements are on their way. Spread the word. We should keep moving. All right, I'll follow you guys. You guys seem to just magically know where the battle is. God, found it. Nothing for it but the fight. Go for Fen. It's a bloodbath. Remember, we're here to save lives. Defend the hostages. You want to fight me so bad? Fuck you. Those monsters, these people had surrendered. It's not too late for the others. We must hurry.
For the glory of the flames!
What the? Are those beastmen fighting for the Imperials? I've never seen them before. Yep, there are some wolf people fighting on the side of the Empire. Nope, you fuck off. Okay, good. Thank you, Kryle. They took Lisa and the others deeper inside. You've got. We're on our way. Oh, there they are. There they are. We're not too late. Well, a rescue party, is it? We'll see about that.
Rebel scum!
Fuck you. Got rid of all your friends, huh? Listen, I can take care of it. It's fine. Who the seven hells are you?
What took you so long?
Alpha, no, I need your help!
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
Alright, asshole, let's go. You and your stupid golf club of swords. Golf club bag. If we kill him here and now, we can end this. That's one! Seems to have a fuck ton of health, though. I have no need for gravel.
Be gone!
Ow! Seventh hell's not even father could do that. Yet you stand. Maybe you have the potential.
Give me something to remember.
What are you doing? Don't do that. Stop it with your stupid little extra swords. Why do you have so much health? What do you mean I missed? Fuck you. Better, but wacky nonetheless. Ow.
Yeah.
Now go off, that's fine.
Yeah.
It seems I misjudged you. This ends now. Fuck you. Fuck you, son. Now. Rhalgr built like a shit brick house, broke your sword, how dare you?
Pathetic.
Broke your sword, fuck you mean?
Seven hells.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
You all right, lass?
Yeah, we're well enough. How angry is Fernlona in this moment? That is the question. Because I also have it in my head that the fact that Fernlona is in a new class for this expansion also like adds to her frustration here. Because like there is some like small like doubt, like, you know, like niggling in the back of her mind that's like, oh, if I was like, you know, like in one of my other, like, you know, jobs. If I was a summoner or a dragoon, I could have handled him. But the thing is, Frelona is stubborn as shit. So while she would think that one of the main reasons why she lost is because she's not used to being a gunbreaker yet, she's gonna fucking double down and become the best gunbreaker of all time. To be all like, no, fuck you, I can do this. And therefore, I'm like, both of these responses kind of work for her. And so I'm just like, how angry is she in the moment? I'd say she's pretty pissed off.
Aye, I do not doubt it.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on!
Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work.
So this slide is very fun because this is one of the few. This line is actually dependent on what your current class is. If you were a tank or a DPS, she says this. If you are also a healer, however, she yells at you, don't just stand there gawping, help me with her, like help me heal her. And so you walk over, and your hands also start glowing, and you start helping to heal Y'shtola. It is one of the few times the game will recognize, hey, the Warrior Light is a healer. And we'll give like a unique animation for a cutscene to like.
The worst is past, but without
help
proper
it.
facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise?
Of course.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
There will be more instances of that as we like progress through the game. Not that I actually am going to be 100% certain where they all are because I'm rarely going through the story as a healer. But yeah, this is the first instance of the game allowing the Warrior of Light to heal in a cutscene. That's not like, you know, I'm doing the healer job quests. Of fucking course I'm going to be able to heal. Yeah, it's the first instance of main story recognizing that the Warrior of Light can heal. Well, that was a shit show. You did well, Frelona. You saved lives. No matter what happens, remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. The fires fade. The haunted look in Robon's eyes speaks volumes. See to the wounded, Frelona. If they live, help them. If not, move on. I see. God damn it, Meffred. Weren't you the one telling me to use my head and stay alive? Meffred lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. He was already cold when I got to him. There's naught I could do. That charm must be important. Best take it to Conrad. do like this, like, sad theme. It's pretty good. I mean, it's a simple thing and a lot of games do it, but it's always a nice touch when, like, music will override whatever the normal, like, music to fit a tone, it overrides whatever the, like, actual area music is. If it wasn't for her, it'd be me lying there. I wish it was. You're worried about you still, are you? It's too early to make any kind of prognosis, but she's alive. For now. It makes no sense. He brushed us aside as if we were nothing. Damn it, Alice, this is serious. You need rest. You seem ready to burst into tears. I fetch you a handkerchief, but... Monago, Meffred, where are you? Monago's fine, but Meffred's charm. A small wooden charm Meffred clenched in his fist as he breathes his last. This is... He's dead, isn't he? Meffred was a warrior, always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him 920 miles so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made him worry more. Did you know he sent his men in Quartermail away because he thought they were fighting for him and not the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. But that's exactly the kind of man who should be a leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive. Not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic in it, Master Kemp. There never is. Who stands, who falls. In the heat of battle, we can but do our best. As he did. Meffred will be sorely missed, aye, but because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not. And they need us, now more than ever. Aye, they do. Forgive me. I had high hopes for him, is all. Now's not the time, victory quest complete music. Thank you. I'll recover. My injuries aren't serious. Though that was clearly by choice, not happenstance. They meant to take me alive. Bereft of hearth and home. Rhalgr's reach is no longer safe, as Pippin well knows. Our defeat was no near thing. It was total. A humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alphino said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Rhalgr's reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castor Moriens will need to be taken by chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good. I will oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you secure the infirmary for secure the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during this journey. Well, the head nurse would probably be the best bet to ask. Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. Nope, I'm looking for medicine to help move those to safety. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you acquire. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Don't worry, we can figure it out for Lona Smart. here's somebody else who's clearly doing the same quest. Miss, Marshal Tartopin said that you might have something for me? Medicinal supplies. An assortment of potions and potables that may prove invaluable in keeping the wounded alive on the journey back to Castramorians. Well be praised. This should put the driver's hearts at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Yashdel and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Kryl. I'll walk alongside. They need protection in case the Garleans try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages? I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish, then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrade's health allows. To Castramorians! Good thing I'm not the one driving. Anytime there's a, like, video game quest where it's like, hey, you have somebody injured in your car, so you need to get to the hospital ASAP. I'm driving like a fucking maniac to get there as fast as I need. I hate timers. They stress me out. Let us pray they arrive safely. Master Kemp, your concern for your men's well-being is commendable, but I would urge you to consider your own. Divide and conquer. Conrad is a man struggling to cope with a bitter reality. Yeah, timer plus have to drive carefully equals hell. Yeah, no, which is why I hate, like, missions where it's, like, less than just, oh, the person's bleeding out, they give you a timer, but it's more like you're transporting, like, you know, explosives or something, and you need to be careful. But there's also a timer. Those ones, I'm just like, no, 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 no. You saved a good many of my men. I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains, our forces were decimated, and this day will not be mounting an assault in Castellan Villadina or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves and our battle prospects. But first, we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you all at Castramorians. Understood. We will go and speak with General Alden. He's over by the other teleport point. For more than a decade, the Resistance has resided here, hidden from the eyes of the Empire. And just when we set our sights on Velodina, they strike. Do you not find that passing strange? I can see the Reach means a lot to these people, but it would be suicide to stay. Pippin has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We have completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straight away to Specula and Imperatoris after quitting this place. It would seem he lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave them to fight another day. Like a fool would turn his back and walk away. But Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to Castramorians. We can discuss our path forward there. And away we go. Hey, Elise. How you holding up? Kryle's with Stola. She still hasn't woken up, but Kryle says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when the Skull's commander cut down Mifrid. A single blow, and that was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. And you know what the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. Gods help me if I ever... No, not now. Now all the generals waiting. Oh, Lise. Okay, immediate next cutscene.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
Yeah, I was gonna say, God's help us if he's next in line. He's the Emperor's son. He's first pick to be, like, next. We fight, we keep on fighting until we win. We take the fight to Doma. I have a feeling you're about to tell us. Now, Frillo knows what he's hinting at. We take the fight to Doma.
Interesting. You are suggesting we kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more and force Xenos to fight a war on two fronts?
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised. And I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there. And make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Yeah, here.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
Tadoma! Once we figure out how to get there. Because we do have to cross the fucking ocean. You've said your piece, yes? Now would you please return to bed? You'll never recover if you carry on like this. God's the pain. Seemed like a good idea at the time. A part of me wants to deny... I can't deny a part of me wants to stay and fight, but I know I'd be more used to you and the others. We got a long road ahead of us, but it all begins with the first step. We'll stay in the Reach and rebuild. We'll reinforce our defenses. If they come again, we'll be ready. Yeah! So we fight on, come what may. Sentiment notwithstanding, what other choice do we have? Very little. If rumors to be believed, this is not the first time Xenos has spared his foes. They say he abides by an unusual code and takes pleasure in the fight. Whatever his reasons, we must use this time to our advantage. I wish you all well in your journey, my friend. Let us pray that when we meet again, our fortunes will be much changed. Hopefully. It goes without saying, but the Scions are not alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government, here or anywhere else. I'm quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed through these lands to save Eorzea and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free the Imperial oppression. Whom we will free. Hell yeah, kid. That which is beyond one alone may yet be in reach of the many. Lies, damned lies, and pirates. Alice is contemplating the logistics of a journey to the Far East. Because, yeah, we do have to cross the goddamn world. Which is, not the easiest task. I mean, yeah, sure, we have the teleportation stuff, but, like, we need to fucking get there first. Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. My grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Authard is not exactly over the river and through the woods. To grandmother's house we go. I am but one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather, Tataru is. But before we discuss that, there is another issue I wish to discuss, or wish to address. As much as I would like it if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as the liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Y'shtola cannot be left unattended, then I should obviously remain? Very well, issue addressed. You know, Alphino, it would be quicker to just ask, and markedly less patronizing. Get his ass! Get this stupid little pretentious 16-year-old! Yes, I suppose, would you be willing to look after Y'shtola and provide support that are involved in the others? Yes, Alphino, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right then, Sister Felona, please, gather your things. We are for Limpsa Lumensa. To home! We return! Are they upstairs? Yes, they are. Okay. Alright, where are you guys? Where art thou? There you are. I spoke with Urianche and Thancred along the way. To say that they were surprised by our stratagem would be something of an understatement, but they did not dispute its logic. Milbrand was always Yashilla's domain. I haven't spent much time here, to be honest. Yeah, unfortunately, as you can hear, I'm not 100% done with the cough. I'm like 95, 97% of the way there. Hopefully this part can go away on its own because, hey, I'm out of antibiotics. I only had that for like a week. The Taro should be here at any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merweb lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You're right, in as much as we would be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without an impartially large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But it is equally infeasible to sail in an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us only with one other option. Ah, speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain, Carvalane? Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement. Not at all, Captain. Pray, forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, and may, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. Discretion, you say, as you then proceed to fucking brag. Although it is also important to, with this particular pirate, perhaps it is important to mention that we do have connections to Ishgard. But where was I? Yes, the signs of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, he came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices. Because, it's never explicitly stated. It's only hinted at in the main story, although some side content makes it way more clear. Carvalane here used to be the son of one of the, 4 noble high houses of Ishgard, before he got sick of it all and ran away and changed his name. There's a side mode I will eventually show off in the distant future where we will actually meet his father. And it is explicitly clear, after we meet the father, that this guy is his son. And why we can basically kind of threaten of, hey, we know who the fuck you are. Do what we say or else we're gonna rat you out to your family. Of this is where you went. Which you steal from Godspherian merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause, a negligible profit. Well, I, for one, think the captain has a point. The 5 seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor, unfortunate soul has come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragic tale of how the heir to the house Durandar vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Tataru, I love you. You're very frightening. Also, I completely forgot they do actually just outright tell you, basically, in story. I thought it was like hinted at more and not explicit. This is the problem of not having done this in like almost 3 years. I have forgotten a lot. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide by the capricious winds of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Domo itself. I can only take you as far as Kugane and Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest that you do the same. Also, can you believe that Frelona is turning 3? Holy shit. In October 28th to be exact, she'll turn 3. She'll have been in my life for 3 years. Good for her. The poor little boy had only seen 14 summers when he left Ishgard. Can you imagine what it must have felt like to finally be free to explore the world, unbeholden to all the stuffy traditions of the Holy See? Such a shame that he never returned home. Without him, the Count de Durandar must look elsewhere for a successor. And the good Lord Quinard is one step closer to being next in line. Heaven forfend he becomes the next in line. If you become an astrologian, you meet that guy that Tataru mentioned, that Jen Quad, whatever the fuck his name is. I'm not sure what just happened. I could have sworn he was about to turn us away, but then he changed his mind? That's the power of Tataru and how she is easily the scariest scion here. Do not fuck with Tataru. Blackmail, is it? This is a dangerous game for the two of them. The two of them are playing. What guarantee do we have the Carvelian won't just throw us overboard? Honor? Pirate honor? Suddenly, all those hours Tataru has passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? What are you talking about? She figured this all out because she was working at the Forgotten Night. That said, I intend to press the point more obliquely. Obliquely. And there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carvelian squirm. She is the scariest scion. And on that note, I'm gonna run the fuck away from her and end stream. That feels like a good stopping point. We just need to get ready for our boat. And next time, we will continue. And move on to Doma, or, Kugane, I guess. Because we have to stop there first, as Carvelian said. But yeah, that is stream. It is getting hot in this fucking room. Wild that 14 of all games makes my fucking computer have to like push itself. Let's see, is there anyone to raid? Don't actually see anyone, so I will just end it instead. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I will see you all on Sunday for Pokopia, however the fuck you say it. I don't know, I need to pick one. It's gonna probably be Pokopia, because that rolls off the tongue better for me. Bye-bye.